Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
And we are live today, ready to roll on a Thursday. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, and Forrester. I say this as good news, but some of you will paint this as bad news. You ready?
Okay.
Today is the first day of 27 consecutive days of live football.
Yeah, I do like that. I know what you're saying, though.
Don't back end it. That's good.
That's all you got to say. 27 consecutive days.
32 of 33 days of live football.
Okay. Attaboy. That's good right there.
Yep.
Stop.
Yep.
Stop it. Stop. You're done.
Of course, that takes us to
Jim,
the Monday
why-
after Thanksgiving weekend.
Why do you have to do this?
It's the final month of football of the regular
He
season.
can't help himself. It's
No, I'm
so
just saying.
ridiculous.
I mean, you
I
have
don't
to-
know why you have to
No,
do this. I don't know
it's-
why you
it's-
think
it's-
it's really
you
not.
think it's cute. You think it's
I do
cute
not.
and funny, and our listeners hate it. I'm not the only
Brown,
one.
let me fill the glass back up.
Thank you, Lance.
We're not even halfway through the NFL season.
No. The NFL is always there for us.
It never ends.
It never ends.
So, look, let's just enjoy this.
That's right.
27 consecutive
That's
days
fun.
of football.
That's gonna
I'm
be fun.
even in conversations to go back to a college football game this year.
All right.
Whoa,
Yeah.
everybody, listen up. Lance may be in a
No,
game.
Whoa, details.
2 in
please.
1 year.
I think the problem has been, and this is us complaining and picking, these slates haven't been good.
I've been invited to Auburn Ole Miss, and I am on the fence.
Oh, you should go. I'm going to be there.
I would
Well,
go. And
You're done what you should go. I'm going to be. Oh, that.
And I need a ride.
I was on the fence till just then, Jim.
I'll need a ride home.
you'll have to sit in Tommy, his imaginary friend's lap in the fence seat, though.
I am.
Tommy would want to sit in Brown's lap.
Wow. I am. I'm borderline. I don't know if I'm going to go or not.
Oh,
I
6
would-
o'clock.
I would
I
go.
know.
Again, I've got my nieces coming in town this weekend.
Yeah.
Not that I'm going to pay any attention to them on Saturday, but I can't leave town.
Oh, you're the best, Uncle Lance.
Well, I mean, I've told the roommate, I've set this thing up. I've told my sister-in-law. I mean, they're going to be in charge of doing this. Little man's going to help out, but I am going to be focused on that game. I am so excited about Ole
No,
Miss.
it's
Auburn.
the best game on the board that day, and the late slate is not good. Well, I don't know.
I
It depends on how
disagree.
good you think Penn State Ohio State's going to be.
I think there are tremendous games late. I think Utah
Tremendous?
and
Easy.
I think UCLA Utah is going to be a great game. I think Fresno and San Diego State is going to be a really, really good game. Those are fun games.
Well, here's part of the problem, though. When we get to this part of the season, I watch them all regardless. But when we get to this part of the season, like UCLA Utah may be a good game, but it has got absolutely zero meaning on the national level. Zero.
Pac-12 South, though.
Yeah, it
shoot.
does.
That's not
Pac-12
national. That's conference.
Yeah. I put
but
great
it
value
could.
in the conference
Well, I'm not
championship.
saying that.
Brown, let me say this. I think either one of those teams, and you saw UCLA take Oregon to the wire last week. They were up 14-0, ball in hand to actually take that game to overtime or win the game. Dorian Thompson-Robinson goes down. Either one of those teams, one of those teams or Arizona State represents the South, and there's a really good chance they beat Oregon.
What Lance is telling you.
And knocks Oregon out.
And some of you guys are talking about this. Pritch Law. LT's right. There have been some total crap windows
have
in the
been, no
college
doubt.
this season. Yeah, but you got to find the nuggets, and there are several good games this weekend. Yeah, I mean, any idiot can sit back and say, oh, if it's number 1 versus number 2, or if it's a game with playoff implications, that's a big game. Yeah,
Right.
I mean, you just look where game day goes. You're going to find out that's a big game. But to find value in UCLA, Utah, Fresno State, San Diego State, SMU, Houston, that is the college football audience we have.
No,
College football fans realize that's good football, that's good games.
Yeah. Look, SMU, Houston, North Carolina, Notre Dame is going to be a really good game.
Yeah.
There are going to be fun games out there. All I'm saying is there's not a game on this schedule outside of maybe Auburn and Ole Miss and Michigan and Michigan State that would keep me home from going.
That's right.
To a really good
Well,
game. And then I pushed forward to next week when you guys talked about where game day was going to be and you brought up they might be a College Station. I laughed about that. Then I pulled the schedule. If A&M and Auburn both win, College game day will be in
100%.
College Station.
Yeah, that's where they are.
That's
Yeah.
how bad the slate is next week. So that would be my opportunity. Go back to Tuscaloosa and watch Alabama probably skull drag
I know
LSU.
you're going to go to a game where Bama's favorite 27. It's like they're playing Western Carolina.
Yeah.
Favorite 27 right now. If you're paying attention to what Ed Orgeron is selling, top story on ESPN.com college football last night was Ed Orgeron saying, hey, we don't have enough players to practice. We've taken Wednesday off. We may gather together on Thursday. They don't even have enough bodies to practice, according to Coach O right now.
Yeah. I mean, I assume he's dispensing truth right there. I assume that's not the poor me's. That's not the bad-mouthing. I assume this is brutally honest. I ain't coaching here next year anyway. Ed Orgeron telling me we literally don't have enough bodies to practice.
You wonder if Orgeron's just taking the day and going to, what's the seafood house in Baton Rouge our boy C-Stu loves?
I don't know. That would be funny, though, if he just wanted a day off. Like,
Yeah.
I had a day off in 30 years of coaching.
I mean, you could see
Bebe and
it.
I are going to go get some seafood.
I mean, I could see him with crab legs and just, he's a guy that goes appetizers. I never go appetizers.
Oh, I do sometimes. It depends on.
I just don't want to fill up.
It depends on how good the appetizer is. There's an Italian restaurant that has one of the best appetizers of all time.
You cannot say no to that one.
Yeah.
It's what is it? A little pasta wrapped around.
It's a little
pear,
wrapped around pear and something else in there. Just amazing goodness is what it is.
Prosciutto in there, maybe.
I don't think there's any prosciutto. In it.
Okay. It's a really, really, really good place and good appetizers. But typically, bread appetizers fill you up, and then you can't enjoy the entree as much.
Yeah, I'm with Lance on that. You got to be careful on the appetizers, but if I know it's a really good appetizer, like I'll give you an example. Bonefish Grill. I don't even know if those are around here anymore.
Yeah, they're shrimp.
Yeah, they're Bang Bang Shrimp or Boom Boom Shrimp, whatever they called it. I think it was Bang Bang Shrimp. That was so good.
Yeah.
And I mean, the only place you could get it was on the appetizer menu.
And it was hard not to order.
That's right.
And I don't know if that place is still around, but Chuck's, just give them a shout out because I know Chris and those guys, but they've got the same thing. They call it Uptown Shrimp.
That's right. And if that's the only place I could get that, if I can't get it as part of my entree, because like Walk-On's has got roughly the same thing, Boom Boom Shrimp, but I can get it as an appetizer or part of my entree. Well, now that's a game changer. Once I can make it part of my entree, I'm less likely to get it as an appetizer.
I love you guys have made me Jimmy the Greek because you're agreeing that this number is going to be 27. It's officially not out there, but
it could go even bigger now if they're not practicing.
Bigger, yeah.
Here's the first line, ESPN. Alex Scarborough writing this. The LSU Tigers have so few players available because of injuries that they will be unable to hold a full football practice Wednesday, Coach Ed Orgeron told reporters during a conference call. Orgeron added that a previously scheduled scrimmage for Thursday won't take place either.
You know what's insane is back in 2020 when you had major COVID measures, this is a believable story. 2021, you're not having nearly the problems you had last year. This just doesn't make any sense.
Oh, yeah. If this story was happening last year, it would be like, this game may not happen.
Yeah, they may not play. But they've had a rash of injuries. They have. And numerous, like Keishawn Butte, have been season-ending. I don't know how LSU stays on the field with Alabama. I really do not. I mean, 27 may not be enough. I mean, last year this number was 29, I think. Now, that was one of the best Alabama teams we've ever seen, and a super average LSU team, if even average. And Alabama could have scored 100 if they wanted.
Well, I think Max Johnson's going to be in trouble if they can't run the football, and I know we're getting ahead with this game, but Jake Peets, at least they have shown going back to the Florida game that they can run the football with Davis Price. Didn't have nearly the game that he had this past weekend against Ole Miss. But if Davis Price, if they can eat some clock, look, there is no path to victory for LSU.
No, there's not. They could just mitigate the disaster, though, if they can eat clock. Yeah.
You can try to cover the 27.5.
That's right.
That's where I'm going to put it right now. We'll see where it goes. But you can try to cover that by running the football, taking air out of the football.
Remind me to ask that. We don't have to do it now. I'll write it down.
Okay. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks with Michelson Laser Vision. I had a great chance to see Dr. Michelson and his team up here a few days ago.
Yeah, look, I wore the contacts probably for close to a decade. I was wasting money on the contacts and solution every year. I finally went to see Dr. Mark Michelson. I got the consultation. I went in, got the procedure done. This is almost 20 years ago. I now have 2015 vision better than 2020. I used to have 2200 vision. I didn't even realize that I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. Make the phone call that I made. Call, ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up. Hassle-free consultation, 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Blake in our Farmfolio chat room, Dunaway just looking forward to football being over so we can get back to rom-coms on a daily basis.
That's right.
That's not true.
100%.
I do save stuff to watch, but I watch football. I'll watch some of the games every day for the next 27 days. And I watch a lot of college basketball. So it's not until summer do I catch up on my rom-coms, my Law and Orders, all my stories, as my grandmother used to call it, my stories. I get caught up on all that.
Programs, Rockstar. He watches programs.
You know what we don't catch up on?
What?
Our books.
I haven't read a book in a while. I'm going to be honest.
We don't read a lot on this show.
No.
AU Chase, we need a PSA statewide banning Saturday night Halloween festivities. We have football to watch. Just put candy outside and put a sign that says, "Don't ring my dang doorbell. I'm watching Auburn and Ole Miss."
Why is anybody even doing it Saturday night? This makes no sense whatsoever.
I got to do it Sunday.
It's Saturday night's the 30th.
So the church across from me, they had some kind of drive-through trick-or-treat last night.
Trunk and treat.
We had one last night at Shades Mountain Baptist. Lance, you would not believe the people.
Oh, well, I would because of this. I'm driving through my little cul-de-sac area, and there's cars everywhere, and there's a couple that has Bible study quite often. And normally there's 8 to 10 cars, and I'm like,
Right.
holy heck, how are they having this many people over for Bible study?
Yeah.
And then I pull across and I look
I
at the
like
church.
the way that since it involved Bible study, you went heck instead of hell. That's
I know.
my play by it.
Yeah, I
so
got myself.
good at it. by
First
you.
time he hasn't cussed on the show. It's the first
Trust
of
me,
27 days without
Dunaway's got a
cussing.
ledger.
Good idea. All right, go ahead. Though.
So anyway, and then I pull across and I see the parking lot, and it was completely, I can't even estimate 200-300 cars there, kids
Yeah.
everywhere. So do it now, do it Sunday, don't do it Saturday.
Yeah, I don't understand Saturday. I don't understand at all why anybody is baptizing. I just saw Baptist.
You shouldn't be baptizing on
No,
Saturday.
you always baptize on Sunday unless your church meets on Saturday. I don't know why anybody's trick-or-treating on Saturday. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
I dressed up. I'll send it to Forrester.
Okay. Zatos 33, by the way, says, drove home past Shades Mountain Baptist about 7:15. Holy moly.
Oh.
That parking lot was packed.
Body to body. Our car was Candyland, and I was King Candy. So I'll send Forrester if I can find a good
what's
photo
King
of it.
Candy look like?
Well, I'll send Forrester the photo, and he can put it up.
Our trunk or treat was last Sunday at Asbury United Methodist Church. It was at 4 in the afternoon. The Bucks were playing the Bears, so I don't know what Maggie in our cart was. I was at
Stayed
home
over
watching
that
the
crap
Bucks.
game.
You were a pastor's husband at home, right?
Yeah. Somebody had to hold down the fort and watch our team play.
All right,
Are
I'm
you
gonna send
going?
this.
Are you coming as Tom Brady tomorrow? By the way,
He tipped his hand.
Here we go.
Don't say it.
No, you don't let him know I tipped my hand. But tomorrow on the show,
Well, you didn't tell me.
I love obviously Brown knows what Dunaway
No, I
does.
do not. I have no idea.
I was afraid because he was hinting about something, and I was afraid we were going to show up as the same thing.
I don't think I've given any hints whatsoever.
I said you got a hat.
Guarantee you guys won't show up as me.
I hinted at something. I said I've got a hat. How
Right.
does that hint at anything? It involves a hat.
Just saying.
Okay.
I was afraid.
All right.
And then I was close. Then I asked the first question. You were like, yes. Then I asked the second question. But tomorrow, very Today Show like. Back in the day before the Today Show got politically correct, I don't even know if they do Halloween costumes anymore. But back in the day,
Matt Lauer kept coming.
back in the day when Matt Lauer was still roaming
He's
wild.
the same thing every time. A predator.
I don't even know what can we wear and what can we
Oh,
not wear.
mine's completely safe.
Yeah.
I don't know if mine is.
Well,
Well, see,
I don't know.
I think Lance has tipped his hand a bit because
Well, I've not heard it.
Can I say?
No, don't, because I don't know if I have, but I will say this. I'm really excited because behind the scenes, you guys haven't heard this. I've never grown a beard because I just don't like facial
That's what I was
hair.
going to say.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
so yours
I am
involves a beard?
so ready to shave. I haven't shaved since last Friday.
If you push through just a little bit, you could keep the beard. That's the worst part of it, right there where you
I
are.
just
Is the
don't like
worst
it.
part. Yeah.
And like even like on a pillow at night.
I know.
Oh,
You're in the
God.
worst. You're in the.
It's terrible.
You're in the worst stage.
Yeah, I know.
Give it another week and you'd be fine.
I just don't. I don't like it.
Okay, that's fine. I don't care. Go ahead, Jim.
So tomorrow we're going to be in costume. Now, it won't be all of us for the entire show, but whoever goes first, Lance, will be 4 hours in costume. You looking forward to that?
Or do I get to leave early?
No. You're 4 hours in full costume.
Yeah, that's fine.
So,
Mine's
but-
going to be kind of a pain in the ass.
Because
though, from what
Lance
I
said
hear.
once he got in his, there's no coming out of it.
Yeah.
So he's like Daniel Day-Lewis. He's got to be in character the whole show.
At 9:02 and 9:05, we will unveil Lance and Forrester. Then at 10 o'clock, Brown will dive out right before the top of the hour. Brown will come back.
Mine's a quick change. Mine's easy. My Rockstar, y'all will all, I think, like mine. Rockstar especially well.
Okay.
I think when I envisioned mine, I saw Rockstar.
So you have an idea what I'm going as, right?
I don't have an idea. I just saw since you haven't shaved, I was like, that has something to do with it.
Oh, okay.
That was my hint.
Then at 11 o'clock, I will come out, and then we'll let Rockstar. I don't know if his will be tied to.
It is.
It
So,
is?
yeah.
So we'll let Rockstar come out in the 12 o'clock hour in his playhouse, funhouse,
Whatever.
Playhouse, go with your gut.
playhouse, Rockstar's playhouse, and he'll be in costume the rest of the show. So all five of us will at some point be in costume tomorrow during the show. We always do this, and Bobby from Homewood would attest to this. We used to do a thing called No Sports, an entire show with no sports, and inevitably, anytime we would do that, what would happen? Would be major breaking news.
There's absolutely no doubt. Yep.
Major breaking news, and we would be trying to do a no sports show, and there'd be major sports breaking news. Tomorrow, something major will happen, and we will be in full costume on video
There's no
talking
doubt.
about
Yeah.
something very
Talking
serious
about
in sports.
Yeah,
Nick
I've
Saban
already-
announcing his retirement.
I've already avoided. I had a couple of clients that moved some appointments that were going to come by here, and they were like, "We're going to come by on Friday," and I'm like, "Let's push it
Okay,
to next
but
week."
will you give me your word? We do not come out of costume because you're the one I got to worry about here on this.
No, I mean, no.
There's not a story big enough. that will get us out of costume.
I promise you, if Nick Saban retires, I will do
no.
it dressed
The
in
NFL is going
costume.
to release all the emails.
Huh?
The NFL's releasing
I'll be
all
honest.
emails.
I don't know if we talk about that.
I would love, in my costume, to do a Zoom with Saban tomorrow. Would love it and would have no problem with it. Could give zero shots.
I think tomorrow is the traditional Nick Saban
Off to Lake
birthday weekend off to Lake Burton Day.
Yeah, I believe he's on a plane at during our show tomorrow. So.
I think
Well, that's a big number, 270.
there's Brown dressed as King Candy.
Yep. That's me as King Candy. Shades Mountain Baptist Church right there. If you're watching on video, that's me as King Candy.
You want to know what you look like initially?
What do I look like?
You look like the lady that was really trying to help out
The girl that picked up trash?
No, the girl in Hunger Games.
Hunger Games?
Yeah.
The
Elizabeth
only
Banks, right?
Yeah.
The only thing I did not go with was my wife wanted me. I went bare legs on the bottom. She had a pair of white tights for me to wear, and I was just like, "This thing's gonna be hot enough already. I'm not going white tights."
Lederhosen.
It was not Lederhosen. Lederhosen is hits you at the knees.
This was yesterday?
Yeah, it was last night. Why? What are you asking? What are you worried about?
No, nothing. I'm just asking.
Yeah,
What are you worried about?
So do you guys,
no, I mean, Lance started like it was going to be an inquisition.
No.
do you guys call yours trunk or
It's
treat
called
too?
Trunk or Treat, yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Sometimes they do the fall festival where it's inside. This is Trunk or Treat. And well, what a gorgeous night for it. by
So
way.
the
That's
way
what
that
I was
works
saying.
is people just come to your trunk and get treats.
Yeah, well, see, that was Candyland, and they had a little game devised, and you played the game, but I was King Candy. So I encouraged all the kids to come play Candyland.
Yeah.
That's creepy.
But I didn't
Come
know.
on, kids, play Candyland.
I didn't say it like that.
Oh.
No. But everyone laughed. That lady's got a beard.
Yeah. Jack wants to know if I was dusted up under that skirt. I was not. It's not a skirt. I don't know what you call that.
You didn't
but
have
it's
nut
not a skirt.
dust on?
I did not have nut dust on.
That does look kind of like a medieval.
Like King's armor, really.
I mean, if it was leather,
If you look at King Candy, my wife did a pretty good job of creating the costume there.
well,
I
that's
think.
a lot of work.
No, it was a lot of work, but the kids loved it. They all came and played.
So that's trunk or treat last night with Brown as King Candy.
That's not what I'll be tomorrow.
That is not what he'll be tomorrow.
In fact, that crown gave me a headache, but I pushed through.
Heavy as the crown. That's what I always say.
It gave me a freaking headache, but I pushed through for Shades Mountain Baptist, Jesus, and the kids.
All right. Part of our show today is being brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment. They give you the poll questions every day. We've got some more coming out. Brown's about to update you on the ones we finished up yesterday. Cowan Equipment will make sure you can finish all your jobs.
Yeah, hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from the rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 1-800-239-COWAN today.
All right, so poll questions at the next round or at Next Round Live, Ryan. If you would read it the right way, that would be helpful. When your team's playing a big game like the Braves do on the World Series, do you watch it by yourself or large group? 90%. This is a 90-10 poll. Solo at home, 90%. 10% big crowd sports bar.
LT was right on that one.
Way to go.
To honor the legend Jolie Dunn, we ask you, what was your favorite early game Southern broadcast? Was it the Jefferson Pilot game? 86% said yes. 8% said TBS. 6% said Raycom.
Oh, so TBS finished second.
Until recently, my dad, and I know my dad still does this, in fact. He'll text me or call me and say, hey, who's the JP game today? Yeah. That's his, the early SEC game that is now SEC Network, that is his nomenclature for that game. That's always, for my dad, the JP game.
I think that's probably more than 50%.
Yep.
In the SEC footprint is we call the 11 o'clock window the JP window.
Like at some point when
you got the JP game.
when my dad gets around to realizing that there's the 6-day hold on Alabama, LSU, and Auburn, Texas A&M, and one of those could be 11 o'clock, he will inevitably say, which one do you think is going to be the JP game?
All right.
That's what he still calls that.
Does Dad know that Mike Patrick doesn't do Sunday Night Football anymore?
He's well aware of that, yes.
That is the Cowan Equipment poll questions. The Braves lose last night in the World Series. We can talk about that if you guys want to when we come back. We do have football tonight, as we said, the first of 27 straight days of live football right here. That includes a college game tonight. Our buddy Chip Lindsey, who coaches down at Troy, 4-3 on the year, but 2-1 in the Sun Belt. On the road at number 24, Coastal Carolina tonight, also 2-1 in the Sun Belt. So this has Sun Belt implications tonight. 6:30 on ESPN2. South Florida and East Carolina is the other game on main ESPN, but an important game tonight for Chip Lindsey and the Troy Trojans. And the NFL game tonight that we'll get into more later in the show. Packers and Cardinals. 6-1 Packers, 7-0 Cardinals. Looks really good on paper, but But all those receivers not playing for the Packers could impact that game tonight. That goes on Fox. One note from that, J.J. Watt done for the season. I mean, when does a Watt or a Bosa make it all the way through a season?
I mean, it's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is.
Just when the Cardinals have the best team in the NFL.
Well, that's a big loss. And Vance Joseph's defense is playing great. They're getting after the quarterback. They lead the NFL right now in third down defense. I think they're third in points allowed. And, I mean, to me, right now, Arizona's probably playing better than anybody.
Yep. Always injured, it seems like. We'll see what happens tonight. But without the Packers receivers, with Duante and Lazard both being out or expected to be out on a COVID protocol, that becomes a big story. And also a trade yesterday that sends Mark Ingram, Alabama's first Heisman Trophy winner, who started with the Saints. The Texans traded him last night back to the Saints, so he is back in New Orleans right ahead of their trip to play the Buccaneers.
Well, this is good news for New Orleans. I mean, New Orleans is still right there in the thick. We talked about this after their win on Monday night of the playoff race, and you look at Kamara, he had 30 touches this past week, and they just don't have any depth at running back, and Mark Ingram is still a guy that can spell Kamara. He's a change-of-pace guy, and when they were together earlier in New Orleans, it was one of the best combos in the NFL. So I think couple of things. They needed him. I think he wants to retire a Saint, and I think it could be beneficial, especially when Saints have lead late in the game. He can be that battering ram.
I mean, isn't it crazy that the NFL teams are passing around Mark Ingram like candy, and you can't get T.J. Yeldon in the league?
Can't get T.J. Yeldon to get 27 yards is all I need.
They're passing around Mark Ingram.
But maybe that opens the door for T.J. to go to the Texans. And
That's true.
I don't need him to win any games. I just need T.J. Yeldon to get 27 yards.
Not much to ask.
I don't even want him to get paid. He didn't even have to get paid. He can just go donate his time and get 27 NFL yards is all I need to win me a steak. All right, that's our opening segment here. A lot to get to. The Pepsi hotline open in the first hour. You can jump on the phone with us, 205-734-0923. Pepsi hotline, 205-734-0923. You can chat in the Farmfolio chat room as you watch us on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and Twitter. I had somebody ask me the other day, how do I get into the Farmfolio chat room you guys are always talking about? If you're on the app, you tweet us, you text us, you call us. If you're watching us on video, you're in the chat room there. That's where that happens. So go to the YouTube channel, Next Round Live. It's an easy search. It's free, and you can chat right there as well. And our guest lineup today, Neil McCready at the top of the hour. We've got later in the show, John Metchi, Alabama receiver. Also in the final hour, Stan White, the great analyst of the Auburn Network, will be with us ahead of Ole Miss and Auburn. As we head to break here, I'll tell you about my school, the University of Montevallo, a real tight-knit community of alumni there, making sure that Montevallo is ready to go for the rest of this century. 75 majors, and they're adding new majors and minors all the time. 21 Division II NCAA scholarship sports right there, including the first university-sponsored esports team in the state of Alabama. That's right. Your kids that are a gamer, if they're world class, Montevallo's got a place for them. They also have a national champion bass fishing team right there and a whole fleet of great bass boats down there at the University of Montevallo. You can see everything they offer for your son and daughter, including great academics, small classrooms so they can succeed right there online, montevallo.edu. Find out why you belong at Montevallo, montevallo.edu.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Being a boot fanatic, I have found the perfect place to shop for the greatest selection of boots with brands like Lucchese, Ariat, Dan Post, Twisted X, Justin, and more. Hey, Tom Luganbill here, telling you Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear in Coleman is the place to go. Western boots, fashion boots, and work boots. Jack's has them all. Plus, a great selection of apparel and boots for the entire family. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear is a one-stop shop for all your holiday gift-giving needs. Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear, I-65, exit 304. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's on Facebook and Instagram.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Cool weather is approaching, and now is the time to get your heating system checked out. Excalibur Services excels in all residential heating, cooling, or electrical problems or upgrades you may have in your home. Owned by a Marine veteran, Excalibur uses highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts to ensure the job is done correctly and in a timely manner. If you're looking for a company you can trust to do it right, call Excalibur today at 205-718-8688 or at excaliburservice.com. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Say you had the greatest job in the world, which everyone knows is crafting pumpkin fresh frozen custard desserts at Culver's. Here would be your typical day. Pour farm fresh dairy into the custard maker and run continuously all day. Add real pumpkin puree and pumpkin pie spice, then craft our pumpkin spice shake or salted caramel pumpkin concrete mixer. Yum! Serve with a great big pumpkin lovin' smile.
Just like that, pumpkin's back at Culver's, but not for long. Welcome to Delicious.
If you need to move, you only need 2 men and a truck. Local or long distance, they can pack it, load it, move it, unload it, and arrange it when you get there. See more details at 2menandatruck.com or call the Tuscaloosa Northport location, 205-614-8522, 205-614-8522. And guess what? You can get a free quote on your moving cost up front, to or from campus, from your apartment to your next home, or from Tuscaloosa to L.A. Your next move starts and ends with 2menandatruck.com.
Suffering from an old sports injury? Or tweak a joint being a weekend warrior? Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics may be able to reduce or eliminate your knee, hip, or shoulder pain, increase your mobility, and get you back in the game. From pediatrics to geriatrics, appointments are available at 9 convenient locations affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health. Call Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics at 855-219-6200 or visit precisionsportsortho.com.
TruckWorks is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the Next Round's 9 o'clock hour. With locations in Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle, there's a job opportunity for you, no matter where you're located. Visit truckworks.com and click the Join Our Team tab today for more information.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
On Twitter at Next Round Live, at Next Round Live, at Jim Dunaway, at Ryan Brown Live, at The Lance Taylor, at Rockstar BHM. Forrester, I cannot remember yours off the top of my head yet.
Scott, well, his is complicated.
Yeah,
Scott's got the number 4 in there.
Scott Forrester.
Forrester
and 7 scores ago.
Would have gone Old Forrester.
Yeah, could have.
Old Forrester.
Yeah.
But Scott Forrester as well on Twitter. You can
Just
send any
search
of those.
him.
Just search Finding. Jake wants to know, how can we get a playlist of Rockstar's music that you guys play before the shows and occasionally during the show? Rockstar, some of those songs that you have, are they all on Spotify or no? Private playlist? Like the one you played today, I assume Jake really liked it.
That's on Spotify. It's under Sean Henniger on Spotify.
All right.
Henninger.
Too further confused.
Hey, this is a funny story. So Sean last night at trivia, the very first spin of the wheel, round 1, was Name That Tune.
Right.
And this girl, I had never seen her before. I think it was her first time at trivia. She comes up and he's like, song title. You have to give us a song title or the name of the artist. So we had to explain that to her. So she goes, song title. And he plays the Gin Blossoms, Hey Jealousy.
Yep.
And so she waits. Can I let it play a little bit? So she
literally says it in the chorus.
for the chorus. Yeah. So do the chorus real quick, Rocky.
Hey, jealousy.
Yeah, I mean, literally.
Yeah, she was like,
jealousy.
"Hey, Chelsea."
Yeah.
And then she was like, "No, it's Hey, Tennessee. Hey, Tennessee." And she
Those
couldn't
make
figure
sense.
it out.
So I had to really enunciate. I said, "Hey, jealousy."
That was, you remember the Bush song where I always think it says kiss her ring, kiss her ring.
Right? What is this? What did you want?
Freudian slip.
Kiss her ring. It's glycerine.
Yeah, it's glycerine.
Glycerine,
I
yes.
always think it says kiss her ring. Anyway, Jake wants to know where you can get those. Explain to people, and force to put Rockstar on so we can see his lips. Explain to people, you ever thought about putting Sean Rockstar Henniger on there?
I don't know if that would help in the search because there is a bajillion songs that are rock
Yeah,
stars.
that's true.
okay.
And
That might,
so it's just going to give you the play structure for Spotify. But it's not that difficult of a name, is it?
Have you ever covered Rockstar by Nickelback?
No, I remember
Shelly?
we used to have Mike Vrabel on all the time back in the day, and I would call him, and his ringtone was Rockstar.
No,
by
it's
no, it was
Swear.
not.
Nickelback.
Titans coach Mike Vrabel.
Actually, that is believable.
yeah, it kind of is.
This is when he was a Patriot, but every time I called him, I was like, "What was that?" He's like, "That's Nickelback." I was like,
I'll never forget, he was on with us, and he was going to see a movie. Do you remember what movie he was going to see?
"No."
The Paul Blart Mall Cop.
Oh God.
Oh my!
y'all did not have Mike Vrabel on every week. You're incorrect about that. No,
we did.
No, you had Papa Vrabes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Papa Vrabes. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
Don't forget it was Papa Vrabes.
I saw Fitzy in the press box Saturday night.
I was supposed to have brunch with him on Sunday, and he forgot to call me.
Yeah.
Forgot to call me.
He did. Well, he's the one that reached out to me, and he's like, "Do you want to have brunch on Sunday?" And I said, "Yeah."
You know how Ian is. He's a great hype man.
He is a great hype man.
Great hype man.
And
So-
if he can find something better, he's going to find it.
So I'm talking. So I'm talking to Barrett Jones and their play-by-play guy, whose name slips my mind right now. So Fitzy joins the conversation. He's the sideline analyst for that ESPN radio crew, and Fitzy walks in. He's like, "This guy right here," and he puts his arm around me. Now, keep in mind, I had one vodka, maybe two vodka drinks with Fitzy at some SEC or national championship game in Atlanta. Maybe Georgia, Alabama 2017.
So your total conversation with Ian is probably an hour?
Yeah, that night it was probably 35 minutes, 45 minutes.
But I'm just talking about lifetime.
Yeah.
Maybe an hour?
Oh, no. I mean, he and I have talked many times. But this one particular night was 35, 45 minutes where he was waiting on something better. And I was waiting for you guys. We were going to go eat somewhere. And he was going somewhere else. And we just happened to be at the same bar waiting to do something better. And so he is sitting there, and I'm having a couple of drinks. He grabs one, and, I go into a rant of about a few stories of my long life. And he finds them very funny. And so now every time I see him, he's always like, "This guy right here should do a stand-up comedy act right there."
Has he seen it?
When he's drinking the Redmond vodka, man, he tells the funniest stories. That's me to Fitzy now. And then he goes into, and look, with my former partner LT, he lost a stake bet. And he literally had to do stand-up comedy. Was supposed to do 7 minutes, blacked out, and it did, what was it, Dunaway, 20 minutes? I was like, it was up about 24. 24 minutes. He missed the lights flashing and everything. That's his story now.
Yep.
Every time.
Every time you see Fitzy.
Speaking of that, so Harry Long, he filmed the entire 24 minutes, right?
I didn't know it existed.
Oh, I didn't know it existed.
I think it does. Can we put it on our YouTube channel?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, absolutely.
I have some of it on my phone, but the audio quality is.
I think Harry's got the entire thing. I don't know what the quality is. I've never seen it.
I've never
I'll reach
seen
out
it.
to him.
Yeah.
I've never seen
And
it.
I don't really remember it because we were cringing for you.
Oh, I know.
Trust me, I don't remember any of it.
Yeah.
No, I didn't know video
I'll reach
existed.
out to Harry
Yeah.
and see if we can get that. That'd be good.
We'll find out details. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Backyard Adventure Playground. Before we talk about the Braves adventure last night, think about having that perfect moment to spend with your son or daughter in your own backyard. Sometimes you've only got an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours in a busy day to have some quality time with the kids. Why pack up the car or truck and drive to a park close by or go get froyo or something like that when you can just step out in your own backyard and enjoy that quality time with your kids? Quality is what I use to describe the time, but also the actual play set itself that's put together. We're talking 100% cedar, lifetime warranties, and if you're like me, you can't assemble a play set. You don't have to with Backyard Adventures. They assemble it for you. They'll move it around your yard if you have to. They do the landscaping. They'll do a maintenance program to keep it looking brand new, because this purchase isn't something for your kids that only lasts 1 month or 1 season. They can have it from when they're 3 until they're 13, like my kids did. Backyard Adventure Playground. Get more details right now online, backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com. In time for the holidays or next spring or summer, backyardalabama.com, or call this number, 205-408-4FUN, 205-408-4FUN. Last night, the Braves lose. So they go back to Atlanta Friday night, Game 3. It is a 1-1 World Series. Here's Brian Snitker after the loss last night.
Braves country's real. It's real. That's why I think it was so important to split here. I mean, realistically, you want to win 2, but if you can split and get out of here and go home where we've been really good, that's a very positive, I think, that we're going to go home on tomorrow.
So going back to Braves country where they think they can still win 3 games and end this thing in Atlanta.
You know, I don't know how you guys feel about the 2-3-2 setup. It probably logistically makes the most sense, but, you know, it is difficult to win 3 consecutive games, especially against a team like Houston that can really get hot. You saw that in the first couple of innings. We haven't had any drama in this series through 2 games. I mean, these games have really been over in the second inning, and you got that again last night. I don't know where I sit on this series. I thought it was going to be a really, you know, I had a bet that I made with somebody yesterday that this would go at least 6 games. I just think it's so evenly matched right now.
But traditionally, Brown, you always say, whether it's basketball, hockey, or whatever, if you still won in the first 2 games.
Series doesn't begin until somebody wins on the road.
So if you still won, you've done something. So the Braves have
Well,
accomplished what you set out to do. But back to the old format. When I was growing up, it was always 2-2-1-1-1.
Yeah, which I kind of like.
Which I think is more fair, right? Because you get 2-2, and then you're back at the home field advantage, and then back to the team that doesn't have the home field advantage, and then back to Game 7. I think this penalizes the non-home field advantage more, because you've got to win 3 straight, or you're going back to Houston regardless. If you had a chance to win 2 of 3, you could still get Game 6 back in Atlanta, and I think that would be a little bit more balanced and fair.
I'm not going to cry and bitch, but I think it hurt the Dodgers too. You know, a team that won 88 games against a team that won 106. They had to go to Atlanta. They had to try to get those, they had to try to get 3 straight at home. They were unable to. They were able to get it back for a Game 6, ultimately lost that game. But, yeah, I don't like the setup, but the way it is right now, I think if the Braves get 2, I think that's what they want. Get 2 of the 3.
Absolutely.
And go back with a 1. All we've got to do is get one of the 2.
That's right.
I'll tell you why the Braves, I think the biggest concern for them in a moment, but I want to go back to this Braves country thing. It's a total bunch of bunk. It's a nice thing to say about your fans, and I know they'll sell the place out and they'll do the chop and they'll be loud. How many Major League Baseball teams are there?
30.
How many teams do you think had a better home record than the Braves this year?
Well, considering the Braves only had 88 wins, I would say of the 30, 22 had a better home record.
17, not as bad as you said, 17. So don't give me I don't think home field's going to matter that much.
I think it's different now, though. This is a different Braves team.
Yeah, well, it is a different Braves team, but home field's not good. I mean, Houston's a tough place to play, and the Braves split there, so there's no reason to say home field's that big a deal. The biggest issue for the Braves fans, to me, and I was talking to Dunaway about this before the game, is your 2 aces, one is done, and the other one's gotten shelled his last 2 outings. That is a huge concern. You are now without Charlie Morton. So however you were setting this up, whether you were going to go Morton Game 1, Game 4, and Game 7, or Morton Game 1, bullpen, Morton Game 5, potentially Morton in relief Game 7, whatever your setup was, that's off the table, and you've had to recalibrate.
Well,
go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I've got a feeling on that bullpen start, you get a break last night by being down 5-1, and you didn't have to use Minner, Matzik. I mean, there were a lot of guys that you didn't have to use.
So that helps your bullpen start.
So Snitker, has the ability to rest those guys up. And if you do a bullpen start, I would think that Mentor would get the start, probably give you 2 or 3 really good innings.
Yeah, so the other problem, though, is you're ace starter, Max Fried, I think his last 2 starts are 6 earned and 5 earned, if I'm not mistaken, something like that. I mean, the Dodgers killed him last time, and last night the Astros killed him.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a concern.
But watching, I don't know what you guys thought. And again, I was doing this over my shoulder at Odie's, and I said I wasn't going to watch that game, but I was somewhat interested. What was more interesting, a lot of Braves fans there were really quiet because it was already 5-1. Game was kind of over. But a lot of those hits from the Astros last night, they were ground balls.
They were.
They were just hit in places the Braves weren't. It was just one of those nights for free.
It's still 5
It's not like
earned
you
runs,
had, the Braves, it seems like every ball they hit's 100 miles per hour off the bat. You didn't get that with the Astros. Now, you got it in the 7th with Altuve, and I didn't realize he is now tied for 2nd all-time in postseason home runs.
And I was speaking with Brown pre-show. I was like, his bat looks like he's the same size as Altuve.
It is so
and
weird.
He swings like a cartoon character. I mean, just every ounce of his body and some of his swings. But he hits it a ton, man.
He does, man. To be 5'6", and he's a powerful 5'6", 165 pounds, but now 22 postseason bombs, 2nd all-time with Bernie Williams. It took Bernie Williams, I think, 121 games. It's only taken Altuve 75 games to get there. But Smoltz talking about Altuve, I think in his first at-bat, game 1, you guys can tell I haven't seen any of this series, was talking about Altuve with that 5'6" can get everywhere on the plate.
Yeah.
Did you guys like the undersized guy that was real extra in his hustle just to make up for his undersize, like when you were in high school?
Oh, I love those guys.
I did. Well, like when you had
And they usually had a bit of a temper.
Yeah, when you had the guy that was like 5'6" and he had to play running back, but boy, I mean, he was all taped up and he was like extra all the time. All the time.
We had 2 great guys at Thompson High School back in my day that was like that. Steve Cutler.
Well, those guys are on your team. I was talking about the guys you were playing against more than that.
No, I don't know.
But the guys on your team could get on your nerves a little bit too.
Tommy Birkenfield was the other, and I think it was Steve was the receiver. I mean, that kid would throw his body into a brick wall.
I'm just saying,
catch.
Lance, the guy that you knew he had the chip on his shoulder because he was undersized, and he would always try to be the first one to win the wind sprints, the first one to do the most push-ups, the first one to do the most pull-ups. I can't stand it.
Those guys, like in regular game competition, those are the guys you want on your team. But like when you're playing Park League, we played in that Park League where we got destroyed. I would set the number before we went out. And we would lose, anywhere from 17 points to 50 points.
Yeah.
And it was a really competitive league with a bunch of college basketball players in the Homewood Park League. But, Rocky, you probably know who I'm talking about. We were down like 40, and it's a dude that we still know, really good guy, would wear a headband when he played.
Oh, my gosh.
But he would play
That's even worse.
nonstop defense, and I was the guy that would call him out.
Did he slap the floor?
Yeah,
he slapped the floor in
And I'm
rec
like,
league?
dude, you guys, you realize you're up 35, okay?
Oh, I can't stand that, yeah.
About to be 37, bro.
And Rockstar's
You gotta
right.
keep the momentum going, man.
Rockstar's right. They've got a little bit of a temper.
Yeah.
Yep, that's Altuve.
Yeah.
I can't stand Altuve. And it has nothing to do with his cheating deal.
Tommy Birkenfield did not have a temper.
Okay.
He's one of the
I've
nicest
never met
souls
Tommy,
ever.
I'm sure.
All right, in the Farmfolio chat room over there, Nick says the Braves have been really good down the stretch. 10 of the last 11, 5 in the playoffs. Good to be back home Friday night, Game 3 for the World Series. We'll get back to college football, and then Neil McCready on Ole Miss and Auburn at the top of the hour. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Redmont Vodka, Vulcan Gin, Redmont Distilling. I was holiday drinks are happening right now. Had to swing by and pick up some Redmont vodka again last night.
I think everybody should this weekend or tonight. It's Thursday. Good way to start the weekend. It's locally owned and operated. One of the great faces behind Redmont Vodka is Charles Barkley. Their aim, clarity, and taste. Color and smell, it's vodka profession. Redmont Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste. Pick up a bottle today, 8 times distilled, available at your local package store, like Pink Package right there on Highway 280, the ABC stores as well. And don't forget about your new favorite Simple Classic Gin, Vulcan Gin, also gluten-free and 8 times distilled.
About to be 37, says Joe with a laughing emoji. Love that comment, Rockstar. It's about to be 37, bro.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Yeah.
Not bro. Bruh.
When we come back, paint a scenario for me, LT and Brownie, on how Florida upsets Georgia. What has to happen in the cocktail party for the Gators to win the game? It is next on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. As you guys know, the team at Hemphill Services are my go-to guys for all things heating and cooling. Recently, a unit went out in the house. Of course, Hemphill were the guys I called. Always professional, always courteous. Hemphill Services, they've been serving Birmingham since 1954. They're who Birmingham trusts. They're who I trust to do the job right and at a fair price. Hemphill Services, independent train dealer, and they service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090. That's 229-2090.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Let's face it, we all have a favorite something. This is LT talking about my favorite men's store, Shea's in downtown Homewood. Why do I like this store so much? And what makes Shea's so unique? Well, to start, they have been in business since 1922. Yes, 1922. And they offer an eclectic mix of menswear brands from classic to contemporary, such names as Xenia, Canali, Peter Millar, and many more. They have an in-house alteration personnel who understands that fit is key. And Shea's gets it right. Whether they're fitting a suit, shirt, or jeans, they offer unbeatable service with a sales staff that truly understands the products and how they fit your individual lifestyle in any occasion. Whether it's your work, leisure time with friends, or a formal event like a wedding, stop by Shea's and see if you don't agree. This store is simply the best. That is Shea's in historic downtown Homewood, where you will feel at home when you arrive and well-dressed when you leave. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
TruckWorks is proud to be the presenting sponsor of the next round's 9 o'clock hour. With locations in Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle, there's a job opportunity for you, no matter where you're located. Visit truckworks.com and click the Join Our Team tab today for more information.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Back with you on the Next Round LTD and B.
Oh, Jeremy Purvis is after me in the chat room. Sorry, Jim.
What's he saying?
Oh, he says to say home field doesn't matter. Dumbest comment I have ever heard.
I don't know if it's the dumbest comment, but home field does matter.
It doesn't matter as much as it doesn't matter. The Braves just split at Houston. How many games did the Braves win in L.A.? How many games did the Dodgers win in Atlanta? I mean, the last World Series that Houston was in, they lost all their home games.
Okay, but if you ask the 30 teams, you get to play a game on the road or at home in the postseason. Where
they're going to want to play at home. But I mean, I don't think it matters as much as in baseball.
Well, in baseball,
it matters a lot.
It's huge for Tampa Bay because we play in a dome stadium that has. Well, I mean, you can argue whatever you want, but the roof at Tampa is hard to pick up balls.
Yeah, and that's
in the sky there off the dome, and it's hard to play there.
That's the thing. I had an opportunity to go to Houston when it was Minute Maid, before it was Enron. I don't even know what the hell it is now. But that is one of those really a park that has a lot of character to it.
Right.
And the outfielders, and Houston doesn't have a great defensive outfield, but they know that outfield.
Fenway Park, when it bounces off the monster, it's an advantage for the Red Sox players.
It's a huge advantage.
You guys won 4 more games at home than you did on the road. So it's a huge advantage.
Yeah. I'm just saying there's moments in the game that it's an important game. I'm not saying it impacts the outcome every game.
Right.
No.
That's all. My only point in baseball, I think it means less than anything.
Pitchers much more comfortable pitching.
Sure, home teams win more in baseball than road teams. I'm sure that's the case, but I don't think it's got anything to do with
if you're saying basketball, football, baseball,
totally different story.
If those three, if what you're saying, yes, basketball the most, football second, baseball third, 100%.
Yeah, crowd affects those. I don't think crowd really affects baseball all that much.
But the only difference is dimensions are different in baseball.
That's right.
1982 St. Louis Cardinals was built for speed, playing on the turf at Old Busch Stadium.
Right. My point is crowd. He was talking about Braves country. That was my point. I'm not talking about all the dimensions, sleeping in your own bed. Yeah, those things matter. I don't think the fans really affect baseball that much.
Yeah, part of our show is being brought to you by our friends at Greystone Chiropractic. When Brown gets into a move and his spine gets out of whack, he likes to get it put back into place by a good doctor.
I do, and that's my man, Dr. Lee Goldenberg, who is nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year, voted best in Birmingham there at Greystone Chiropractic. Look, once you get the spine aligned, your nervous system is aligned. That affects every cell, tissue, and organ in your body. Go get properly aligned and enjoy a healthier life today. GreystoneChiropractor.com or 981-8090. That's GreystoneChiropractor.com, 981-8090.
Stephen, bigger home field advantage in college basketball or football? I just said I think it's college basketball because I think that actually influences the officiating as well.
Agreed.
But we teased talking about the cocktail party here, so let's get to that for the 4 minutes we got left in the segment. Florida and Georgia, give me a path to Florida winning the football game, Lance.
Well, the difficulty here is we talk about how dominant this defense is for Georgia, 4 touchdowns in 7 games that they've given up. And I go back to the Alabama game. I mean, if Florida wants to have any confidence coming into this game, they've got to look at what they did in the second half against Alabama. And Florida on the ground was really good. They ran for 245 yards against that Alabama defense, almost 6 yards a clip and 4 touchdowns. If they can somehow have success running the football, and they can shorten the clock a little bit and just make this one of those typical cocktail games where you get a 17-14, 1 or 2 turnovers could be the difference here. Yeah. But they have got to effectively run the football. Emory Jones, and even if Richardson gets to the game, they're not going to beat this Georgia defense over the top.
I would almost say Florida cannot afford a single turnover. I'm not even going to say you got to be like +1 or +2. I think they can't have a turnover, period. And they probably do have to force some from Georgia. And it's not even forcing them from Georgia. It's forcing them in the right spot of the field. Like, if you intercept that, on the -45, there's no against that Georgia defense, you may not get points out of that. But if you can force them to turn it over deep in the territory where you can immediately cash in for points, to me, that's Florida's path for victory.
I think Alabama 2020 was the outlier when we're talking about like dominant teams that win championships because those games weren't close. I mean, the SEC championship game was a possession, but it wasn't really a close game.
I mean, we in 2018, Dabo made a case that was the greatest college football team of all time. In 2019, we were like, man, LSU may have been the greatest college football team of all time. And I think we may have seen it in 2020.
But let me bring up then, that's what I wanted to get to, was 2019 LSU. Auburn was a tight game. Alabama was a tight game. Georgia hasn't played that tight game yet. You can go back to Clemson, but I think that tight game's coming, and I think it could be Florida. And you mentioned the turnovers. Florida losing to Alabama by 2 points. Florida was -1 in turnovers in that situation, and they still only lost by possession.
That was the point I wanted to bring up. I can't remember. Have they been a touchdown down yet, Georgia? I mean, imagine if.
Georgia is only trailed by 11 minutes or 11 plays. 11 plays the entire season.
Was that Clemson?
No, it was Auburn.
Auburn, okay.
So imagine Florida scoring early. Or 10 points. They get 10 points up early, in this game. What does Stetson Bennett do?
Right, yeah.
Then what do you bring JT? Then Kirby's got to start making decisions, and that's where they usually go off the rails.
You hit it, and I don't have a ton of faith in Todd Grantham being able to force this. But forcing Kirby Smart to at least consider changing quarterbacks would be a massive victory for Florida in this game, because that means you got Georgia on the heels a little bit. And who knows what happens if you bring JT Daniels in. He hasn't played, and when's the last time he took us now?
Oh, my gosh. It's been over a month.
Yeah, so who knows?
People don't like trends and angles, but history is history. And, we talk about Alabama. Their toughest game coming up is in Jordan-Hare, because that has been a house of horrors for Nick Saban. Well, when you look at Georgia, since 1990, since Spurrier's first year, Florida's 22-9 in the series.
They've owned the series.
So they really have. So that's got to be in the back of Kirby's mind. And even these Georgia players, they're a much better team than Florida. But for whatever reason, Florida plays exceptionally well in this game.
And what is the point spread? 14?
Yeah, it's too many.
Yeah. 14 points too many, says LT. That'll be one of our Pick 6 games tomorrow. That'll be up maybe even right now at nextroundlive.com, the Buffalo Wild Wings. We sent out the games earlier. You can go check it out, nextroundlive.com, brought to you by our friends at Buffalo Wild Wings. The Pick 6, we had 18 people earn their way into the finals last week with that. All right, Neil McCready standing by. We'll bring Neil into the conversation to talk Ole Miss and Auburn, and some interesting nuggets about that game coming up with Neil McCready. Part of the show being brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right, coast to coast in America. We're about to go on 27 straight days of football, live football. Imagine 27 days from now you moving into your dream home. That starts with one click at Mortgage Right.
Yes, Dunaway, it is the American dream to buy your own home. Mortgage Right wants to make that dream a reality with branches across the country. Mortgage Right has all of the resources of a nationwide organization while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right makes home buying simple. If you're looking for a quick, caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's. Look, fall is here. You want to enjoy that outdoor weather. Imagine sitting out there on the Saturday, manning the grill. You're watching football. You don't want to deal with the mosquitoes. Don't let the mosquitoes ruin your perfect day. The professionals at Wayne's can protect you, your family, and your pets. Call today, 1-866-WAYNES1. You can always go online. Call Waynes.com. Fall weather is here. Enjoy it with the family, mosquito-free. You can do it with our friends at Wayne's.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The best food with the best sports is at Walk-On Sports Bistro, and they're now hiring for the Stadium Trace location near the Hoover Met. Walk-On's has top pay for experienced kitchen staff, servers, bartenders, bussers, hostesses, and to-go cashiers. And yes, health benefits are available. Go by the new Walk-On's location at Stadium Trace in Hoover and apply today. Hiring is happening on site 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. This is your chance to join the championship team at Walk-On's Sports Bistro in Hoover. All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's. Let Holly Mack Wilson put you in a new home for the holidays. A new place to have a family Thanksgiving dinner. A new place to put up the Christmas tree and hide the presents. A new place to ring in the new year with friends and family. Holly Mack Wilson, putting a new meaning to home for the holidays. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent. Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Another hour on The Next Round. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, and Forrester, all with you live again today. Stephen in the Farmfolio chat room on Twitter at Next Round Live. Guys, y'all can relax on trying to find Florida a way to win. They just lost to LSU. They ain't winning. CBS will regret putting this at 2:30 by halftime.
Yeah, again, much like Florida gives Georgia difficulties for whatever reason, LSU does the same to Florida.
Yeah, we'll see that game 2:30. Ole Miss and Auburn with Neil McCready after you tell us about nut dust.
Hey, nut dust, redefining the use and feel of body powder. How about the miniature nut dust? Give those out for Halloween.
Oh, that's interesting, yeah.
Start the kids early.
Mom, I got nut dust.
Nut dust, talc-free, all-natural body powder. Great for all over the body, feet, below the belt. Available in 4 great scents: Naked, Voyager, Laddie, and Wildly. All day, every day, Nut Dust has got you covered. For more information, visit officialnutdust.com. Put in that promo code FALL, F-A-L-L, at officialnutdust.com.
You know who needs nut dust?
Who, Neil McCready?
Oh, the bobblehead behind Neil McCready. Needs a little nut dust. Now that I know who it is, yeah.
Neil is with us now on the Pepsi Hotline. What is up, Neil? How are you?
Gentlemen, good to be with you, as always.
It is great to have you. I mean, if I had gone back, and Neil, by the way, is with Rebel Grove, part of Rivals there, and you follow him on Twitter, at Neil McCready. Does a ton of great stuff there. If I had gone back in the preseason and said, hey, when we get around to cocktail party week, biggest game in the SEC, one of the biggest in the nation is going to be Ole Miss Auburn, I would have been surprised at that one.
I wouldn't have.
Really?
I had Ole Miss at 6-1 in the preseason. I had them there exactly to the game where I had them at this point. And I thought Auburn would be pretty good because Auburn's always pretty good.
Okay.
So let me ask you, Matt Corral was just all over the place in Neyland. But against LSU, the numbers were good, Neil, and they win the game going away. But how close to 100% is Corral right now?
Getting there. He turned the ankle pretty good against Tennessee. Didn't practice much the week of the LSU game. And, he was very honest about it. The shot wore off. And as the shot wore off, he just didn't feel so good. But, they're managing it. And I think the anticipation is that he's closer to 100%. And he's had more time to get off of it, to rest it, to get used to playing with it not feeling 100%. He was terrific against Tennessee, and like you said, I thought he was pretty good against LSU. They asked him against LSU to manage a game. Don't go win the game, manage it, and I thought he managed it really well.
Neil, what do you think Lane Kiffin or the players or the organization learned from the loss at Alabama? Because, a defeat oftentimes is a learning experience. Has this team, you think, morphed into something stronger after the trip to Tuscaloosa?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a good observation. I think that they, especially everyone, because it's a Kiffin team and Matt Corral's on the team and a Heisman candidate and all that. So we spend so much time talking about offense. Defensively, I think not only against Alabama, but a week later against Arkansas, I think they just discovered that, hey, they've got to be more aggressive. Jake Springer's back. He didn't play against Alabama. I'm not saying Jake Springer would have made the difference in that game. It wouldn't have made a difference. But he does give them the element of being more physical as a defense. He allows them to use Otis Reese in a more comfortable role for Otis. They've developed a little bit more linebacker depth with Mark Robinson now moving in as a starter and really complimenting Chance Campbell well. Sam Williams, I think, discovered that day in Tuscaloosa that he's just got to give more effort, and he started to do it on a play in and play out basis, and he's become much more of a threat as a pass rusher. And then offensively, I don't know that they changed much, guys. I mean, they knew to beat Alabama that day in Tuscaloosa, they were going to have to be perfect. They were going to have to gamble. They were going to have to take some chances. And you know that when you do that, there's a chance, especially against good teams, that those rolls of the dice backfire and you get in trouble. And that's exactly what happened that day. I don't know that they would change their game plan in Tuscaloosa that much. They would just hope that they were able to execute it a little better.
Neil McCready is with us on the Pepsi hotline, and you can see him at rebelgrove.com at Neil McCready on Twitter, part of the Rivals Network. I was looking at this just a moment ago from PFF College. This stat, Matt Corral has 182 dropbacks from a clean pocket, 0 interceptions. And that's the most in college football in that statistical category. The guy is who at times could be a Pez dispenser last year is making phenomenal decisions this year.
Made one questionable decision in 7 games.
That's crazy.
And it got picked, and it really wasn't totally his fault. He was just trying to force something to happen. He doesn't force. He takes what he gives. You go back and talk about that Alabama game for a minute. I think what gets overshadowed in that game is that a year ago, Matt Corral would have said, we're in trouble. I got to make something happen. I got to force something here. And that game would have spiraled. Instead, he said, nope, we're going to take what they give me. I don't have much time. I'm going to move my feet and create plays as best I can and kind of try to keep us in there. It didn't ultimately work. As you know, Alabama won and won handedly. But that was a sign of his maturation. And you go back and look at the games that he's played since then. He absolutely willed Ole Miss to wins over Arkansas and Tennessee, and then just made great decisions last week against LSU at the line of scrimmage, making sure they got into the right running play, scattering the ball around. He didn't have Jonathan Mingo. He didn't have Braylon Sanders. He didn't have Chase Rogers. Dennis Jackson only played a couple of snaps. Without a bunch of his receiver core, he just kind of made it work. Henry Parrish and Casey Kelly and John Rice Plumlee, and he even caught a pass of his own from Dontario Drummond. So they kind of had a very limited arsenal, and he just sort of made it work. It reminded me a whole lot of their Outback Bowl win over Indiana, where a lot of guys weren't available, because they had opted out or because they were hurt. And Matt just managed an offense in a way that probably gave NFL scouts the warm fuzzies. That's a lot of times that's what you ask an NFL quarterback to do. And I think in the last few weeks, Matt's professional stock, people talk about his Heisman candidacy, his professional stock is skyrocketing.
You had them 6-1 at this point before the season. They're a slight dog in Jordan-Hare this weekend, but then they're going to be favored in their final 4 games. Is the expectation now Ole Miss to go 11-1?
It's not my expectation. I think it's a lot of people's expectation / hope. Now, look, could Ole Miss go to Auburn and win Saturday? Yes, absolutely. What are they, a 2-point dog or something? I mean, they could go win that game. And if they do, they wake up on Sunday morning very much in the national picture at 7-1. Your one loss is a very respectable loss on the resume. You went to Alabama and lost. Yeah, most everybody does. They get Liberty next week. I know everybody will do the Hugh Freeze thing, but Liberty's not beating Ole Miss. And then they get A&M at home, and I think that's a real challenge. Then they get Vanderbilt, which is not a challenge. And then they go to Mississippi State for the whole Egg Bowl thing and all that stuff. If they win tomorrow, I mean, look, you got to give them at least a coin toss shot at getting to 11-1. And if they're 11-1, one of two things is going to happen. They either are going to sit back and watch and see if Georgia hands Alabama its second loss, or they'll be the ones that play Georgia because somebody beat Alabama, presumably Auburn at the end of the year if it were to happen. So for Ole Miss, 11-1's you're kind of sitting pretty no matter how it works out. You've got a legitimate shot to end up getting that fourth spot in the playoff, but there's a lot of football left, and the game Saturday night, in my estimation, is difficult.
Neil McCready's on the Pepsi hotline. I know you have written and talked about it, but I think nationally, and Matt Corral's part of this, but I think nationally the least talked about part of Lane Kiffin's offense is how good this team is running the football right now. And they are. They're running the football really good.
They led the league in rushing last year. For whatever reason, and I've said this before, a lot of people get mad at me, our field can be so lazy. And we do this thing about Lane Kiffin's this pass-happy wizard of offense. Guys, that's not true. That's not what he does. They love to run the football. They build off the run. They love to run it. I think it's 29 more rushing first downs than passing first downs so far this season. You've got three different running backs, and then Corral, when he's healthy, is essentially a running back that can beat you with their feet. They can beat you in different ways. They can play some of them at the same time. It's very difficult when they mix their tempo with a strong running game. Defenses can't match it. You're able to take you can use different backs in different ways in tempo, whether it's Connor kind of between the tackles punishing you, whether it's Ely with his speed to the outside, whether it's Parrish with his cutback ability, or Corral with, if you bring pressure and don't get home with it, or if you drop 7 or 8 into coverage and don't have someone spying on him, or have someone spying on him who's not athletic enough to keep up with him, he'll just go run for 15 yards and a first down. That's happened a lot this year. So it's the completely underrated, under-discussed topic of their offense. Part of their offense, I should say, is their ability to beat you on the ground, running the football, and combining it with tempo to wear you down.
In the Farmfolio chat room, by the way, if you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. Visit farmfolio.net. I bring these two up. Rich Law says Auburn 41, Ole Miss 36. Brett says Ole Miss 48, Auburn 37. Those are like scores with different teams winning. But that's kind of along what Vegas says. Do you anticipate that type of game, a game played in the low 40s? Because we thought the same thing, Neil. I at least thought that about Ole Miss, Tennessee, and that's not what we got.
Yeah, for whatever reason, Vegas seems still sort of hung up on Ole Miss 2020, where they scored 8 gazillion points and often gave up either 1 point less or 1 point more than 8 gazillion.
Yeah.
And I was trying to think what would be the number under 8 gazillion, and I don't think I can articulate it.
7.9 gazillion in my book.
7.99999 gazillion. I don't, this week I think it's 66, and that feels more right to me. I think this is a game in the low 30s for both teams, upper 20s, low 30s, somewhere in that range. Ole Miss is kind of beat up on offense, guys, to a point where now there's conflicting reports about whether Braylon Sanders is going to play. And if he plays, can he play effectively? He tried to play against Tennessee and just couldn't go. He didn't dress against LSU. He's a big part of their offense because he's a speed component that can you have to respect him. He can take the top off of a defense. You have to, when he's not out there, they don't have that guy who defenses have to look at and go, okay, if he runs a deep post, we've got to cover it. If he runs a fly, we got to cover it. Without him, Ole Miss has had to grind it a little bit. They've had to really rely on the ground game, really rely on Dontario Drummond, moving him around, trying to create mismatches. They don't have Chase Rogers. They're tight end. They're down now 2 offensive linemen. They're having to shuffle a little bit on the interior of that offensive line. I don't know, we talked about it earlier. I don't know how healthy Corral is or isn't. Can you use him as a weapon running the ball 20 times? I would think that's not the way that they're going to draw it up. So, they're going to I think Ole Miss gets into the upper 20s, low 30s, kind of where I think Auburn gets to. I think it's a really close game, but I think Vegas kind of this week for the first time sort of did an autocorrect and got the over-under right. Like the last few weeks, they've had these over-unders at 82 or whatever, and they've gone under about 20-something points.
You know, with this LSU opening, Lane's name has at least been thrown around, and you mentioned the fact that 11-1 at Ole Miss in year 2. I mean, that's big. It just seems like such a good fit, Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin. What do you think it would take to get him out of Oxford?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I'm never the guy that goes, "Oh, there's no way that a coach would leave." That's proven to be foolish. On the flip side, I don't think that Lane Kiffin is just like exploring every available option going, "Get me out." I don't think that's the case at all. Talking to people who know him and listen, he doesn't talk to many people. So when you have to be super careful when you're following Lane Kiffin rumors. And everybody loves to put Lane Kiffin in their tweets or in their stories because Lane Kiffin gets clicks. But you got to be careful because Lane Kiffin doesn't talk to many people. And so when you go, I talked to a guy close to Kiffin. Okay, I'd love to know who that is because there aren't. Like in Oxford, for example, there's probably about 2 people that I would call close to Kiffin that I would trust if they said, "Hey, here's what he said," where I'd completely believe it. He's happy here. They're kind of giving him everything he wants. They're putting together all the NIL stuff that everybody else is trying to put together. They've given him unlimited resources really to put together the staff and the support staff that he wants. Paying Lane Kiffin won't be the issue. I anticipate Ole Miss will give him a very hefty raise. I mean, are there jobs he would leave for? Sure. Is LSU one in a vacuum? Maybe. But look, there are questions about LSU. What is the extent of the Title IX situation? What is the extent of the NCAA situation? What is that roster going to look like by the time that all the kids transfer out, get into the portal, all of the things that happen? Is that job today the job that he wants? Is that job today that much better than the Ole Miss job that he has today? Those are all things that I think he would have to address. And I don't get the sense that he's just chomping at the bit to get out. And then, he's been down this road before. He took that USC job right before they got hammered by the NCAA, which made it a very difficult job to maintain at an elite level, and you saw how that ended up. So, and I don't think he wants that reputation. You've kind of heard him reference that a few times. He knows that leaving Tennessee after 1 year still gets held against him on the recruiting trail. So if he leaves Ole Miss after 2 years to go to, say, LSU, how are you going to recruit against him at LSU? You're going to say, "Hey, man, you go there. That cat might not be there for 12 months. He might. What's going to happen when Alabama opens? What's going to happen when Florida opens? He's going to leave for that job." I think that could get used against him, and I think he's cognizant of that. So if you made me bet, and I wouldn't want to bet a ton of money on it, but if you made me bet whether Lane Kiffin's at Ole Miss next year or not, I would bet that he is.
Go follow Neil on Twitter at Neil McCready, rebelgrove.com. They do a tremendous job, not just on Ole Miss, but the whole SEC. A lot of good video work and things like that you'll find there. So go follow him on Twitter right now. Neil, thank you very much for the time. Always great talking with you.
Guys, always fun to visit with you, too. Appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Take care. Neil McCready with us on the Pepsi Hotline.
I love his logo, too, that state of Mississippi and the traditional mic in the state.
We should have copied that one.
The MPW on the back, though, I don't know what MPW stands for. Is it Mississippi Power?
No. That's their – I should know this.
And then there's 6 lightning bolts. I'm not sure that microphone would work with 6 lightning bolts hitting it.
Maybe it's Neil putting in work.
It could be.
You spent a lot of time looking at that logo during the interview, did you? Yeah,
that was
an in-depth dive.
Dunaway's a visual guy. I don't know if you knew this.
Yeah.
I get the feeling that Neil, he didn't come out and say this.
Oh, he likes Auburn in this game.
He likes Auburn in this game, and I do too. And
what's the public like here?
Ole Miss.
I think the public's on Ole Miss. I think there's some really sharp bettors right now that are betting Auburn. And
like,
this
it's
is where
so
this
weird.
number. Like, I would have listed this number to pick it, which virtually it came out of the pick.
It's so weird. I was telling Dunaway this morning. I looked at Saturday Down South, the perception of this game. I looked at Saturday Down South. It's a Dave Hooker article, and Dave did not write this in the article. This is the headline, right? Which Dave doesn't write. But it's a Dave Hooker article in Saturday Down South that says basically ways Auburn can upset Ole Miss.
It literally said Brian Harsin gives Tigers chance for upset
over Ole Miss, and I'm
more.
like, first of all, even if you go by the Vegas line, A, not an upset. B, it's Auburn playing at home where they're really good traditionally. They're only separated by 8 spots in the poll. This is not an upset. This is a coin flip game.
This goes back to where Neil says there's people in our industry that are lazy.
Yeah, that's a lazy headline.
And it really is, because if you've watched Auburn, they're getting better and better. Again, Bo Nix is playing really good football right now. He's not playing Matt Corral football, but how many guys are? But the overall better team to me is Auburn. They're at home. You look at Ole Miss, 2 true road games this year. So they got dominated by Alabama.
Yeah.
They didn't play. Matt Corral played great against Tennessee. Controversial. There were questionable plays here and there. They were lucky to escape that. To me, Auburn is a better team than Tennessee. It's a much more difficult environment.
You said overall better team, Auburn, than Ole Miss. So you think Auburn's got an overall better team than Ole Miss?
Just and their defense has played better the last couple of weeks.
Ole Miss's?
I think Auburn's defense is better.
That's interesting.
And I think the way that Bo is playing right now, I think you could. It's close. It's really close.
It
Again,
is.
that's why I would have listed it at a pick it.
Surprisingly, though, Ole Miss's run game is better than Auburn's run game right now.
I got a matchup coming up in a little bit.
But it shouldn't be. But it is right now. Fun game coming up. You'll hear from Lane Kiffin in just a second after LT tells us about Gutter Cap. It's our Gutter Cap Sounds of the Game.
Yeah, make sure you...
I make up segments sometimes.
You really do. It's amazing.
It's our Gutter Cap Sounds of the Game.
Because that goes with gutters.
One thing you don't want to do is get the ladder out and get on the roof. It is a dirty, dangerous job. People fall all of the time. Imagine slipping, falling, snapping the neck, and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Cap it, don't snap it. Call Chris Stewart at Gutter Cap today. 45% off the retail price for the next round, listeners and viewers. December installs on that 45% off. Call 823-2212. You can always go online. Go to guttercapbirmingham.com.
It's our Gutter Cap Sounds of the Game.
Yes.
Here's Lane Kiffin on changing the perception of the University of Mississippi team.
We have a very high expectation here. You know, like someone said this morning, you guys are bowl eligible. I didn't even realize that. You know, it's not the way we think. And, you know, honestly, trying to change the way a lot of people think. So, see if we can get there.
See, he's trying to change, bowl eligible is such a low bar. And I mean, it has been for over a decade now.
Yeah.
Such a low bar. I mean, that's what Vanderbilt shoots for.
That's just like getting married, right?
Yeah, I mean, half the teams in college. Wow.
Yeah.
No, I'm just talking about some people they just want to get married.
Yeah, well, half the teams in college football get bowl eligible. So, I mean, it really is a low bar. But I think he's changed. Ole Miss is a program you want to watch on TV.
Yeah, it's exactly right. The entertainment value way
If
up.
I'm in Wyoming, Ole Miss, that's interesting. I'll watch that. Yeah.
That's why I think Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin are a great fit, because I still don't think he is a great head coach. I think he's a really good offensive mind. He brings excitement. I think guys like to play for him. And I think it's one of those situations where they have gotten better from last year to this year. The defense, can't deny it. Matt Corral's not turning the football over. You brought that up, Brown. That has been key. But they are still going to lose another game this year. And I think it's Saturday at Auburn. But still, if this team goes 10-2.
That's a heck of a year.
It really is.
Yeah.
Rockstar's viewing menu coming up. I really think I have seen all but one snippets or all in its entirety every Ole Miss game this year except for one.
Yeah, I didn't watch a ton of the Tulane game.
I watched a lot of the
I watched
Tulane game.
some of that. I can't remember what was on opposite.
Remember,
I
it got a
didn't watch
late
How was
start.
Austin Peay for you?
I did not watch any of the Austin Peay game.
Yeah, I didn't watch any of that one. But I'm with you. I think beyond a lot of – I watched some of Tulane. I watched none of Austin Peay.
Louisville, we watched that because it was Monday night. Did not watch is that Arkansas Pine Bluff or who's the APSU?
That's Austin Peay.
Austin Peay. Okay, did not watch it. Tulane, Alabama, Arkansas, Tennessee. Yeah.
Ken, they don't really have a great win this year.
They don't. They got a good loss, as Neil pointed out. I mean, you've got a loss where.
But is it a good loss?
Well, you didn't get run off the field by
that
Alabama.
35-0.
It was, but
we're about to crank it up. We're about to bubble season bracketology. Nobody loves good losses on the road better than bracketology.
But in basketball terms, that's 20-point loss too.
It's not a good loss. It's an excusable loss.
Yeah,
that's what I meant by that. It's a loss you were expected to have.
Okay, Tyler, if Kiffin went to LSU, would he be the first coach to coach at 3 different SEC schools?
Well, it depends on how you rule A&M. Bryant coached at 3 that are now SEC schools, but A&M was not then, obviously.
Yeah, that's a good call on Bryant. Saban has done at
Two.
LSU and Alabama. Coach O did Mississippi and LSU. He's got Kiffin at Tennessee and LSU.
I mean, technically,
Ole Miss,
and Auburn. Technically, Jackie Sherrill, if you for the same under Bryant, he had A&M and Mississippi State. But no, I don't think anybody's done that.
Mullen has done Mississippi State and Florida.
Several have done 2, but I don't know anybody's done 3.
Spurrier's done 2.
Yeah. I don't know anybody's done 3.
I tell you, the LSU job is much better. I don't think LSU will offer him this job, my personal opinion. But I could see, and he said he wouldn't bet, Neil McCready said he wouldn't bet a lot of money. I would bet a ton of money that Lane Kiffin is back at Ole Miss next year.
Quick break, more on that and a lot more college football and Rockstar's viewing menu next.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Excalibur Services, a name you can trust when it comes to residential heating, AC, and electrical services. Excalibur is growing and looking for exceptional HVAC techs, plumbers, and electricians. 205-718-8688. Alabama license number 15214.
In recognition of your service and support for our communities, Academy Sports and Outdoors is offering military and first responders 10% off their purchases both in-store and online from October 24th through November 14th. Exclusions apply. Visit academy.com/discount for details. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Take a second to listen to me. Do you have problems sleeping? Is your energy down? Your workouts not the same? Is your libido down? Your problem could be as simple as low testosterone. Whatever the challenge, the Alabama Men's Clinic has a solution. You can come in, get a medical consultation and blood work. If medically advised and you start your low T treatments that day in the office, your visit is free. Set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website alabamamensclinic.com. Another side effect could be depression, and most men wait a year or longer before ever getting tested. The goal line to better sleep, more energy, a rekindled love life, and more may be as simple as getting your low T checkup at Alabama Men's Clinic. Located in Birmingham to serve you. The number again, 205-598-7000 or one click at alabamamensclinic.com. That's alabamamensclinic.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
For your next round of residential and commercial termite protection, pest prevention, mosquito control, and lawn care services, do what my family does and trust Wayne's. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Wayne's may be headquartered here in Birmingham, but they're serving more than 100,000 families and businesses across SEC country, from Tuscaloosa to Auburn and Nashville to Knoxville. And right now, get started with their EnviroPest service for $60 off when you use the code TNR. Get started by calling 866-WAYNES1, and don't forget the code TNR for $60 off your initial EnviroPest service.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The next round, my buddy Todd jumped.
You jumped early, yep.
I thought you pointed and I talked. Nope.
Did you point, Rockstar?
Just a little bit.
You see that sign up? You see the thing
Well,
up there?
I see the on-air
And then
line.
there's a
He
red
doesn't do
one.
the on-air anymore.
I
There's
see
a
it
red
everywhere.
one, yeah.
But, as usual, we have people in here talking to us in commercial breaks about things not about this segment.
It was not
But
Dunaway's fault,
But it's all
in
my
case you
fault.
wondered, yes.
The on-air light's on, so I'll say we're back with you on the next round. Todd writes in, and he says, hey, loving the Truckworks hat. I've been working there for years. Truckworks has got people there waiting to openings right now to hire new people. Todd, thanks for watching today. And we are supporting the Truckworks brand today.
Good looking hat, man.
Sponsors, those are the conversations we're having. Very important stuff.
Yeah,
by the way.
Absolutely. Speaking of which, Rockstar's viewing menu brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
And New Life Art bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 1-800-735-2787 for more information or danielmooreart.com. Was my idea before Rockstar tells us a bad idea, Brown? I know you caught it for a second.
No, I had my headphones in. I didn't hear it. I want to hear
I'll
it
tell
next
you a little
break.
bit.
Next
Yeah.
No,
break.
I heard it.
Yep.
I can tell you.
It's probably dangerous.
7 p.m. on Flicks. I heard this. Lance talking about this in the hallway, not during the show. School Ties with Brendan Fraser, who disappeared and is suddenly coming back to acting, who has gained a little weight.
He's gained a lot of weight. And I forgot what the Netflix original with Don Cheadle was. It was pretty good. Steven Soderbergh directed it, and it was based in Detroit, based on a true story. But he was really big in that. But School Ties was not a bad film.
I don't remember. I just remember the coward scene.
He was Jewish, and he transferred into boarding school
With
up
Matt
in
Damon
the
in there?
Northeast. Matt Damon was kind of the bully. Ben Affleck was in it, but he was the star quarterback. But they wouldn't accept him because he was Jewish. But it was it had a lot of good themes to it. But it was a good movie. I'm surprised you guys haven't seen it.
I don't think I have.
Never heard of it,
movie.
really.
And in theaters opening tonight, one that's odd horror movie for you, Antlers. It's got your boy, speaking of Matt Damon, Jesse Plemons is in this one. And an isolated Oregon town, a middle school teacher played by Kerry Russell and her sheriff brother, Jesse Plemons, become embroiled with an enigmatic student, Jeremy Thomas, whose dark secrets lead to terrifying encounters with a legendary ancestral creature who came before them.
It got decent reviews. The thing I would say that is so unbelievable, and both are really good actors, Kerry Russell and Jesse Plemons. But if you're going to cast them as brother and sister, ain't happening. They look nothing alike.
That's funny. I was just thinking.
What do you think?
I was just thinking about that when you said it. I was like, it's weird when movies try to cast siblings, they have to kind of look alike. And I literally thought, those two ain't close.
No.
Well, put a mustache on him, okay?
So by the title of it, so this ancestral creature has antlers?
Ancestral.
Ancestral?
Yeah.
It could be.
Well, I assumed it was ancestral.
Speaking of siblings.
We were talking about brothers and sisters.
That's really getting frightening.
Creature.
Okay, LT's got this great advertising.
Where's the family reunion? Where's the family reunion?
I got my antlers. I'm ready. Yeah, that's funny.
All right, that is what Rockstar is watching tonight. Also, football for the next 27 days, all live. College football tonight. Troy in Coastal Carolina, 6:30 on ESPN2. South Florida and East Carolina on main ESPN if you want to watch that one. Of course, the NFL tonight on Fox. Packers and Cardinals go at 7 o'clock. 6-1 Green Bay, 7-0 Arizona there. And that should be a fun night. World Series is off. They go back Game 3 tomorrow night. Brown has, and the folks at Rivals have come up with a dynamic here called a doomsday scenario for the Big Ten.
Yep.
We have the Wheel of Destiny in the ACC, which is almost back to that now.
I know, they're very close, yeah.
But this doomsday scenario, does it have a little Wheel of Destiny to it?
I don't think this is, there's one that is a pretty significant upset. But the rest of this is not crazy.
Okay.
And what this does is this gets every major Big Ten power to 2 losses and puts them very much in jeopardy for the playoff. So I'll throw the games out, and it all starts this weekend with 2 games this weekend.
Up front, though, depending on which Big Ten team wins the championship with 2 losses, I don't think that eliminates them.
Okay, well, let's do it, and you tell me if they're eliminated. I'll give you all the 2 losses at the end, obviously. All right, so it starts this weekend with Ohio State losing to Penn State, and I'll go ahead and say up front, that's the most absurd suggestion of this entire scenario, really.
Oh, really?
That's it.
Yeah, Penn State, look, I do think that they've got a really good defense, but their offense, and now with a questionable Sean Clifford, their offense is awful. And,
it is.
And Ohio State's defense is getting a little bit better. I know the competition hasn't been great, but Ohio State is completely dialed in offensively. And Penn State, to win this game, to me, would at least have to score 30-plus points.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's happening.
It goes back to what Luganville says. To beat Alabama, can you score 40? To beat Ohio State, can you score 40 in this game? And I like the way that is more unrealistic than if they chose that one over Jim Harbaugh in Michigan beating Ohio State.
That is correct, yeah. But for this scenario to work, you first have to have Ohio State losing to Penn State. So that would give Ohio State 2 overall losses,
right,
and put them very much in playoff jeopardy.
But let me say this around. That is about the equivalent of Alabama losing to A&M. So it can happen.
It can happen. Yep. Now the difference is that game's in the Horseshoe, and Alabama was on the road. If this were at Happy Valley, I'd feel a little better about it.
Some people call it the Big House if they're looking for another job, but yes, the Horseshoe.
Michigan State beats Michigan this weekend, and that would give Michigan their first loss.
Yeah, I think we're 0-2 here, but
but that's not at all crazy. That's a 4-point line.
It's not.
It does seem like Michigan State's more of a paper tiger than Michigan is.
More on that in my matchup coming up.
Okay.
Wisconsin beats Iowa this weekend.
That's going to happen.
Which gives Iowa loss number 2, and for all intents and purposes eliminates them.
And 2 bad losses. Too.
Yeah. So now, once we've done this, Michigan State's your lone remaining undefeated conference team. So here are their 2 losses, which these are not crazy. Purdue.
Yep. Where's that game? West Lafayette?
I'd have to look, Lance. I'm not 100% certain.
I got it.
And Ohio State, which feels like almost a given, really.
Yeah, we all expect that to happen.
Yeah.
So you said Iowa?
No, I said Michigan State playing Purdue. Where's the Purdue game?
Michigan State playing Purdue. Yeah, just give me a sec.
And then your final one is Ohio State beating Michigan. Michigan, their second loss. That's
almost biblical.
Yeah, no, it's almost going to happen.
Michigan State's got to go to Purdue and to Ohio State.
Yeah, so there you go. That is really not that crazy a scenario. The craziest part of it is Ohio State losing to Penn State. If that happened, I could see the rest of those happening, and you got a bunch of 2-loss Big Ten teams.
What if Ohio State beats Penn State? They're out anyway. And Michigan beats Ohio State.
You could do that, but then Michigan's only got the 1 loss. Where else does Michigan lose? You got to find me another Michigan. I don't have Michigan's schedule in front of me.
Maybe it's Penn State, which I find more believable.
Could be
Penn State beating Michigan than
Who's Michigan got left?
I mean, they've still got difficult games. Indiana's so they've got in East Lansing this week. They host Indiana. They've got to go to Happy Valley. They've got to go to Maryland. I think Maryland by then is tapped out, and then they've got Ohio State.
Yeah. So if you think Michigan can win the game, you would let Ohio State beat Penn State, and then Michigan beat Ohio State. Yeah, that could happen as long as Michigan grabs another loss somewhere.
Yeah, that's an interesting doomsday scenario. But I think a 2-loss Big Ten champion, if you got a 2-loss or a 1-loss Pitt or Wake ACC champion, we're going to get to a tough call there. If a 2-loss Ohio State or a 1-loss one of those teams.
Okay, let me play this one scenario. Ohio State loses that game this weekend to Penn State, and then they blow the doors off of Nebraska, Purdue, Michigan State, Michigan, and then whoever they face in the Big Ten championship game. They are 11-2 Big Ten champion, and you've got undefeated ACC Wake Forest.
I wondered if you were going to go here because I don't know what the selection committee would do with that.
I think I would have to take Wake.
I think they probably would, but that Wake team could potentially have played 0 ranked teams all year long.
Unbeaten Power 5 conference champion's going to get in. It's going to be nearly impossible. I won't say impossible, but 99.9% that an unbeaten.
Well, not right now. I mean, if Ohio State wins out with 1 loss, if Oregon wins out, Oregon with 1 loss is going to get in over Wake Forest undefeated.
I would agree with you because of that Ohio State win.
Yep.
I would agree, Lance.
Clap back at me if we see a time when a Power 5 unbeaten team is left out of the college football playoffs.
But let me tell you what has happened here. What has happened this year is we used to just be able to write the Pac-12 in as the worst Power 5 conference, and this year it's the ACC.
Yep.
So you're undefeated conference champion.
Is it though?
I think it is.
Well,
I think it's pretty close.
They're tied. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got two really, which opens the door for Big Ten or the SEC to get two teams in.
So you would say Pac-12 and ACC are tied as the worst conference.
Both of them hard to watch.
I believe Pittsburgh or Wake neutral field and Oregon would be a really good game.
What is, off the top of your head, we don't have to dig for this, off the top of your head, best out-of-conference win for the ACC is what?
Best conference win for the
out of conference.
Oh,
yeah,
out of
ACC
conference.
playing out of conference. What's the best out of conference win you can think of off the top of your head?
Good chance it'll be this weekend with North Carolina over Notre Dame.
Well, that hasn't happened yet. Give me one that's happened.
Oh, hold on.
I mean, the fact that give me the best one out of the Pac-12. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, Oregon over Ohio State. Yeah,
I can't think of a good out-of-conference win. Pitt over Tennessee might be
Pitt over
it.
Tennessee, says Jay Price.
I think he's right. I think that's it.
Yeah.
Wake Forest has played nobody. NC State lost to Mississippi State. Clemson lost to Georgia. Louisville lost to Ole Miss. Florida State lost to Jack State. Syracuse has beaten nobody. Boston College has beaten nobody. Pitt beat Tennessee. I don't even know who Virginia has played. North Carolina. Georgia Tech hasn't beaten anybody. Miami hasn't beaten anybody. Virginia Tech. Duke. It doesn't exist. The ACC has beaten nobody out of conference. Nobody.
Now take away Oregon over Ohio State
Well,
and do the Pac-12.
It's not going to be great, but at least they got one.
Yeah, they're pretty bad. Pretty bad. All right, part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Simpio. First call we made when we started this process. And really, if you're putting together a new conference even, if you're trying to save what's left of Conference USA or whatever, and you need a new HR director, you need payroll, you need all that, well, don't worry about hiring those people. Just hire our friends at Simpio.
Well, look, I mean, everybody that is in a startup or any business that you own out there, even if it's not a startup, you've been in business for 25, 50 years, you're looking for ways to save money. Our friends at Simpio, they can help. They brought a concept to Alabama that many were unaware existed. It has taken over the state. Simpio will take care of the BS in every single office. When a business joins Simpio, like the next round did, they're going to take care of the 4 pillars: compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. And when your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get. Call them today for more information. Just get the quote. See what it's all about. 205-635-7467 or go online for more information, Simpio.com.
On the coaching carousel, Texas Tech has already reached out to Jeff Traylor, according to the folks who cover Texas Tech down in Lubbock. The UTSA head
They've
coach.
done what now? Say that again.
They have reached out through intermediaries. Is that the word I'm looking
that
for?
is a good word. I've got Traylor. Yeah, that'd be a hefty raise too.
That's
he's
at least $2 million.
He's at $800,000. I would imagine it's a $2 million raise. Bare minimum.
It'll get to $3 million at least.
There you go.
Yeah,
that's a win for me, right?
I don't know if he's married, but look, I know we like San Antonio, but your ass is taking that job. And we'll move to Lubbock.
That's right.
I've heard Lubbock is a hellhole.
Is it? That's what you're saying? If you're Mrs. Traylor?
Yeah.
We're cashing in. Yes.
And I point out, like, if I'm Mrs. Traylor, I'm doing all the homework, and then I find out, hey, in 2007, did you realize that Mike Leach had this team at number 2?
That's right.
This Big 12 is not what it. Once Oklahoma and Texas leave, if you do your job. You've got all of these contacts in the state. Look, you've got Texas San Antonio ranked. In your second year, you can do some magical stuff at Texas Tech.
Yep. We're honey, I got the moving truck ordered. We're going to Lubbock.
Now, whether or not he will, I would just be selling it.
Or she tells him, you're going to Lubbock. I'm staying in San Antonio.
For the first time ever, we'd call 2 men in a truck saying, hey, we're moving trailers. Wait, we don't move mobile homes. No, the Trailer family. 2 men in a truck. They're a sponsor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Rockstar, that's how that works.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I didn't know.
They move anything. 2 men in a truck. Yeah. Love those guys.
Of course, if you're going to Lubbock, maybe Ship Happens is the better one.
Yeah. All right. When we come back, it's time for our spotlight today. We'll get into our matchup. These guys have been hinting about theirs. I'll come up with mine in the commercial break.
We're going whiteboards?
This is the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Johnston RV Center, home of the lifetime warranty, is having its fall sales event Monday, October 25th through Saturday, October 30th. The fall sales event is happening at our 2 locations, off I-65, exit 304 in Coleman and exit 334 in Decatur. There will be special pricing on select units, special financing on the largest inventory of the year, and Halloween treats for the kids. In addition to these savings, Johnston RV offers an exclusive lifetime warranty from RV Warranty Forever on all new models and used models under under 2 years old. Now is the time to get the RV of your dreams. Special pricing, special financing, and deals on the largest inventory of the year. Make plans to visit our 2 locations off I-65, exit 304 in Cullman and exit 334 in Decatur. Enjoy our best selections of the year, special pricing, and additional markdowns at the Johnston RV Center Fall Sales Event. For more information, visit our website, johnstonrvcenter.com. Go see why Johnston RV Center is the #1 travel trailer dealer in the state of Alabama.
You know that sound anywhere. It's the crisp crunch of that first nacho chip. With its perfect cheese to sour cream ratio sitting atop a layer of delicious beans, it's a sip away from perfection. That's what we're looking for. Add a delicious, refreshing Pepsi and we've achieved absolute nacho nirvana. Because while you can pile those nachos high with every spicy, cheesy, savory topping, there's no topping a cool Pepsi finish. Nachos, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Getting the whole family into comfortable shoes can be an incredible feat, but not at New Balance Birmingham. We have the largest selection and inventory of any specialty shoe store, and our fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLife Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLife Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLife, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLife Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6.
The seasons have switched to fall, and it's time for you to change your game day wardrobe with our friends at the Pants Store. For the ladies, all the game day fashion, including bodysuits and those booties, plus a wide variety of clear purses that you need for every stadium. For the guys, all the game day accessories, Yeti coolers, Yeti cups, sunglasses, plus your game day wear from Cutter and Buck, Antigua, Taylor and Mick, and the perfect game day hat. It's all at the Pants Store, 5 locations: Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, or Huntsville, and always online at pantsstore.com.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's non-stop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Taco Mama was once a startup, and now 10 years later, Taco Mama has teamed up with us here at the Next Round to help other startups in Alabama take those first steps to success. That includes a free month of advertising donated by Taco Mama. The first startup we're excited to tell you about is Southern Bee Fine Leisure Attire. Fun clothing for golfers and other outdoor events. Find out more at southernbeeclothing.com. Here's a snippet of their entry video.
Our love of looking great while playing mediocre golf led to the creation of Southern Bee.
You'll hear more about Southern Bee Fine Leisure Attire all through November on the Next Round. And if you're a startup business and would like to apply for the Taco Mama Startup Gift, send a short video to this email address, staff@nextroundlive.com. That's STAFF, staff@nextroundlive.com. The Next Round joins Taco Mama in reminding you to shop local and support local startups.
Spotlight time every day on the show, brought to you by our friends at America's First Federal Credit Union. Appreciate you guys jumping into the Farmfolio chat room over there. Jay Price, SEC wins. Georgia over Clemson, Arkansas over Texas, A&M over Colorado, Alabama over Miami, Ole Miss over Louisville. He was doing the big wins there, and I'm not sure A&M over Colorado is a big one.
No,
Colorado's pretty bad. That's the one where
they're terrible.
A&M is the one that wins the one you go, that hurts the old resume there for them. And Miami is Ole Miss over Louisville, Georgia over Clemson, Arkansas over Texas may be the best SEC win.
Probably so.
Maybe Mississippi State over NC State. I don't know.
You guys,
I don't know.
your boy Sark is about to lose, and I don't know if they will. It's going to be a really good game in Waco. But if they lose, this is the first time Texas has lost 3 consecutive games before Tom Herman.
Yeah. Hey, is that a pick 'em? Pretty close, isn't it?
Baylor is 2.5-point favorite.
I kind of like Baylor there, I think.
That's
a tough game.
I kind of like Texas. I always do. How many stakes have I lost on Texas over the years? Anyway, Am First, Spotlight. Brown will tell you about Am First after Rockstar hits the big button.
The America's first federal credit union Spotlight.
X's and O's. College football's best matchup.
What Am First Dunaway knows is banking isn't just about your money, it is about you getting help with what you need when you need it. Am First was founded for you, and Am First has been putting you first ever since.
All right, LT has got the dry erase board out. We're doing matchups today. Give me a key matchup.
Okay, this isn't perfect, but I tried. The Auburn rush defense versus the Ole Miss
awesome
rush offense. I drew this in break.
I did too.
My skills suck. So
I've always found it hard to draw Auburn's logo.
Oh, I was laughing at the Ole Miss. He tried to do the script Ole Miss.
I mean, you can at least tell what it is, right?
You can, yes.
So, Neil brought this up. A lot of people don't realize, when you think Lane Kiffin and these high-powered offense, you think Corral slinging the ball all over. Ole Miss is third nationally right now running the football, only behind 2 service academies, Air Force and Army.
That's interesting.
Ole Miss right now is averaging 263 yards per game. In 5 games, they've gone 250+. You look at the Auburn defense, they're only giving up 123 rushing yards per game. That right now is 32nd nationally. It's hard to believe that your leading rusher for Ole Miss is Matt Corral, but he is that guy. But you look at what Parrish has been able to do, Snoop Connor, Jerrion Ely, they've got so many bodies they can throw at you. If Auburn, and I think this is going to be the difference, I think when you look at the box score at the end of the night on Saturday night in Jordan-Hare, Auburn will outgain Ole Miss on the ground, and that is going to be the difference. So this Auburn defense stepping up. I know Corral hasn't made those mistakes, but if you can limit what Ole Miss does on the ground, make Corral beat you through the air, you can force 1 or 2 mistakes. That's the difference in the game.
What was that?
It's my tank impersonation.
I do not want to be in your army.
Was my eagle better, though?
No.
Yeah, your Eagles, some of the best work you've done.
Go back to the Ole Miss, though. Hold that up. Who writes in cursive anymore? I mean, that's
Very
really
hard.
I still do. When I'm
really,
and believe it or not, I still cut checks. I know you guys don't.
I mean, other than signing your signature, you print the rest of the check, right?
But I write in the
1,000 and whatever. Lance made the point.
You made that cursive too, huh? Wow.
Lance made the point. I wonder why they still teach cursive in high school. You've made that point before, and I don't know if they do.
I don't think they do anymore.
Grade school or whatever.
Well, I think there's a lot of things we should take out of teaching our kids. They're like some parts of history. There's no need to teach it. We've got.
What parts are you not going to teach?
There's a lot more history now for these kids than when I was growing up. We've got these phones in our hand. You can search anything.
Here's what we need to give up. Cursive writing, I don't have a problem with that, just where we are in the world. I think we need to give up algebra, calculus, but I think our kids, I think history needs to be more of an emphasis.
I agree with
But
Lance.
I think every American kid, and some people will disagree, needs to learn a second language.
No, see, I'd be great with that. I mean, that's more.
I think you start them in kindergarten. By the time they graduate college, they are fluent and they're bilingual.
I think we spend too much time on the Roman Empire and things like that. Doesn't matter anymore.
I think a lot of times you need to study history so you don't repeat history.
Yeah,
So,
it's all right here in my hand. Okay, what do you have?
All right, I am going to Michigan State. They play for the
Golden Cup.
Paul Bunyan Trophy.
See, I would have learned that if they taught that in my history class.
That's right. I like the Spartan.
Yeah, Spartan's pretty damn good.
In the break, that ain't bad, is it? Yeah. Here's where this game's going to be decided. Offense, you see these two are a lot alike. If you don't see it, 442 yards per game for Michigan, 440 for Michigan State. Their big difference is defensively. Michigan is giving up more than 100 yards less per game than Michigan State. It's why with turnovers, that's the great equalizer. But if Michigan State takes care of the football, or if Michigan takes care of the football, I think they beat Michigan State and take Paul Bunyan home for the night.
Last week
that sounded creepy.
Last week would have been Van Gogh's birthday. So my
327.
I do a Van Gogh impersonation of the Penn State defensive coordinator here. My matchup is in the Penn State-Ohio State game, and this is Brent Pry, what he looks like this week.
God, that's good.
That's your Van Gogh?
Brent Pry getting no sleep this week. He's the DC at Penn State.
He's got Eugene Levy's eyebrows.
He really does. Powerful eyebrows.
Yeah. Welcome to Schitt's Creek. Ohio State, 50-plus points in 4 straight games. But more impressive is the stat at the bottom. 18 consecutive drives that did not end the half in the first half with points. I'll say that again. 18 drives in the first half that didn't end the half. 22 of 23 that ended in points. This guy,
Brent Pry,
getting 0 sleep. You can tell I worked last night in the mirror to try to figure out how to do my weather point here.
Yeah, very good, Jim.
What does his eyes look like, Brown?
They're wide open, like they're bloodshot.
Not
he got
sleeping.
no sleep. Yep.
Remember, was it the Alka-Seltzer commercials back in the day that when Ricky Henderson was really good at stealing bases, it showed the catcher on the film, and it just was rewinding of Ricky Henderson stealing base, and the guy was having to pop Alka-Seltzer.
Yep.
No sleep for the catchers when Ricky
Plop,
Henderson's
plop,
coming
fizz,
to town.
fizz. What a relief it is.
That's our matchup brought to you by our friends at America's First Federal Credit Union.
I got an interesting fact after this. Banking isn't just about your money. It is about you getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for you, and AmFirst has been putting you first ever since. Vincent Van Gogh would have been 131 today.
That's it?
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
That's it.
No, Lance said 300 something.
Yeah.
300 years ago or something like that. He'd been 131 today.
Yeah, I do find that hard to believe.
1890 was the year of his birth.
I mean, Clint Eastwood's 90. I mean,
Yeah, he's been going a long time.
Or excuse me, 1853 was the year of his birth. 1853.
when did he pass?
1890, age 37. He didn't get to see a whole lot.
No, he was a hard charger.
They didn't
though.
sell a painting till after his death either.
Yeah.
So
Really?
He died broke.
Yeah, because he killed himself, right?
No.
Van Gogh? Yes, he
Well,
did.
he killed himself like with drugs and alcohol.
Nope,
Yeah.
by shooting, according to Wikipedia. Shot
I thought he
himself.
cut his ear off. He
Cut part of his ear off. Everybody thinks he cut his
Well,
whole ear
that's
off.
not how he died.
No, I know that.
He did that out of a show of affection for his girlfriend.
Yeah, and she didn't take it for some reason. Like,
Take my
picked
ear.
something. I'd cut a little toe off or something.
Oh.
Yeah, but why do you think I'm going to love you?
I bet they didn't wear flip flops back in the day, did they?
I'm going to love you more if you cut your ear off? At that point, no. I don't want to. No.
Yeah.
Now you're the guy with half a ear.
Now you're dismembered.
Yeah. Didn't make a lot of sense. We wouldn't be shocked by some of these facts if we'd gone to class a little bit more or read books.
That's
Vincent,
right.
did you give it to Stacy? What did she say?
Hey, I do see people agreeing with me. Get rid of some of these math classes. The new math crap.
The new
in
math
elementary school.
sucks. I mean,
I got in literally. I went to like this shrimp boil, and I got into an argument with a math teacher because she continued to tell me, and I'm like, if I can give you the answer, that's all that matters.
I would agree 100% with you.
Doesn't matter how I got there. I got you the answer.
Yeah, and she was like, no, that's not how you do math. Yes, this is how we do math. I
yeah.
can get you the answer.
I agree with Brooks. You got to have personal financing.
Amen.
Yeah, you got to. I wish somebody had taught me that growing up. The show is being brought to you by our friends at Odie's. Braves fans last night very quiet for
Okay,
LT
so I got
stripped
a
Odie's.
trivia question last night for you guys. Which opened the doors first? This was a trivia question we threw out at Odie's. These are the kind of questions you will get every Wednesday night if you join us.
Okay.
Which opened the doors first, Publix or the Empire State Building?
Empire State Building.
I would say Publix back in the, I think Empire State Building in 32, which would be odd building that during the Depression, but I'm going to stick with it now. I'm going to say Publix was a Florida supermarket in 1928.
Boy, Dunaway's pretty close. Publix opened in Lakeland, Florida in 1930. Empire State Building was finalized in 1931.
Wow, I'm surprised by
These
that.
are little facts you can share with office mates on Thursday mornings after coming and seeing us at trivia. But if you're looking for a great lunch or dinner anytime, stop by. See Will Haver and that great staff. Rodney Davis cooking up incredible lunches and dinners for almost 30 years now. Burgers, award-winning wings. My personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Get in, go see them. Birmingham Institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
You know what that is? One night I fell asleep when the History Channel was on. I guarantee you. And I don't even know I knew that right there. Boom. Back in a moment.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Are you sick of leasing your life away? Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Mortgage Right has the cure. With locations nationwide, our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. So if you're ready to let go of the leasing life and start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
All right, guys, I don't know about you, but there is one game I don't ever want to be out of. And that's why I'm glad we have the Alabama Men's Clinic right here in Birmingham. They have treated thousands of Alabama men for ED. There are many different causes like a heart condition, diabetes, a reaction to medication, or simply low testosterone. The Alabama Men's Clinic staff will find the problem, and some of you will be back in the game the day after your first appointment. You can set up that appointment by calling 205-598-7000 or go to the website, alabamamensclinic.com. I know what you're thinking. A lot of guys actually just take a pill, but sometimes that pill doesn't work, or it can give you unwanted side effects. Let the pros come up with your game plan. There's no need to wait. Depression, anxiety, a new connection with that special person in your life. It could be all just one important play away. Call 205-598-7000 or get back in the action at alabamamensclinic.com.
Hello, I'm J.L. Shea, and 4 generations of Sheas have run our business in the same spot in downtown Homewood. People ask me from time to time why we do what we do. I can tell you that it's just not all about the clothes, although we are a little obsessive about the brands we bring into our store. No, we do what we do because of people just like you. And through all these years, I've learned one critical lesson. The most important part of a man's wardrobe is fit. When your clothes fit, they feel like part of you, not just something you put on in the morning. You move more easily, you feel more confident. And fit is not an accident or a matter of luck. It shows whether you're buying a made-to-measure suit, a jacket off the rack, or a pair of jeans. We're going to ensure that the fit is perfectly you. Come see us at Shea's. I promise you'll notice a difference. That's Shea's in downtown Homewood, where we have been since 1922.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Excalibur Services, a name you can trust when it comes to residential heating, AC, and electrical services. Excalibur is growing and looking for exceptional HVAC techs, plumbers, and electricians. 205-718-8688. Alabama license number 15214.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
You know, I love when your reputation precedes yourself. We got a new sponsor we'll tell you about very soon. And they just brought us a gift, and mine's a T-shirt that says "Slice, Slice, Baby."
It's good. It's creative. I like it.
I have a feeling this guy's been behind me before, or in another fairway when I've been playing golf before, because that is me off the tee box all the time. Slice, Slice, Baby. This hour of the show being brought to you by our friends at Champy's. LT, give me LT's camera real quick. Come back. What did you just do? For a guest?
He just poured a beer for a guest. It's a client for a beer. It's a beer for a client.
Yeah.
I'm not drinking till at least noon.
At least
one more hour. He's going to give you one more hour, Rockstar.
Hey, this hour being brought to you by the great folks at Champy's World Famous Chicken. There's only one place to get that right here in Central Alabama. That's on Highway 119 in Alabaster. There are other Champies around the world, but we want to tell you about our buddy Sterling right there down in Shelby County. If you're in the area today for lunch or dinner, there is nothing like Champies world famous chicken. That includes chicken on a stick, which is perfect for your tailgate or your parties, whether it's a holiday or a business meeting or whatever. That chicken on a stick, so easy to eat and delicious. They've got the wonderful Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, the traditional chicken plates, the poor boys, the tenders. It's all at Champy's World Famous Chicken right there on Highway 119, champyschicken.com. Your headlines include Atlanta losing Game 2 of the World Series, 7-2 last night. Series is now tied, day off today, Game 3 tomorrow in Atlanta. Jose Altuve said, hey, that was pretty big last night for the Astros.
It was a must win today. We didn't want to go to Atlanta down by 2. So, we let everything we had in there tonight. And, obviously, very important win to tie the series and to keep going from there.
Now, I wanted to play the Altuve bite for one reason. Can you put the shirt back up?
Ooh.
Yeah.
That is a good-looking shirt. And what's the other dude's name that's going shirtless under the windbreaker?
He's 100% though.
Brown does that though, and that is Brown's necklace too. 100%.
That's my guy. Who is that?
That is you for the Astros.
That's right. If I played Major League Baseball, that would be me. Yeah. Shirtless under a zip up.
But that Altuve shirt right there is.
It's interesting.
Bold.
Yeah. It's bold. Tight too. Hey, so he is right though. Medium. You go down 0-2. Teams typically go on, and I think they win 82% of the series in a best-of-7. So that was one the Astros had to get. And again, it was little doubt. It's been an anticlimactic series, at least through 2 games, because it seems like both of these games have been over by the end of the second inning. But now the Astros go back, and if you're the Astros, I guess the mindset is, we just can't get swept in Atlanta.
Get it back to Houston.
Get it back to Houston. Get one.
Because even though the numbers don't support it, they've got to feel like if they can get back to Houston, they're not going to lose 2 games at home. Now, the numbers don't support that, but that's got to be their mindset.
Yeah, and I do think that if you're Dusty Baker, hey, look, they're down a man now. And
that's right.
With Charlie Morton being out.
Make that matter.
This organization knows how important Morton is in these moments and in the postseason. So, that could ultimately be the difference. I think this series is going to go 7 games. I really do.
Do you really?
I do.
Now, you're assuming Dusty knows Morton's out. I don't think we can work on that assumption.
Yeah, I still think it's 6 for somebody. We'll find out. Game 3 Friday night in Atlanta. Ian Anderson on the hill for you Braves, and then maybe 2 bullpen starts. We'll find out how Brian Snitker wants to play that. Football tonight's a big one. 6-1 Packers, 7-0 Cardinals. Now, we still got 10 games left in the regular season for each of these teams in the new 17-game season. But you just look at 6-1 and 7-0, and you tell yourself this could have implications on home field advantage throughout the playoffs.
It could. I think there's 5 teams right now in the NFC that will actually be making a run to see who will be that number 1 seed. I read earlier today, and I don't know if you guys would agree with this.
Wait. Is Tampa one of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just
checking.
You've got the GOAT. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
You can't say this in the NFL, but we may have the easiest schedule ever laid out for a professional football team.
Really?
You guys do? I brought that up a couple of weeks ago, and that's one of the reasons that I think you guys are going to win 13, maybe 14 games. I think it comes down to Arizona. It comes down to the Rams will be in the mix. I think it comes down to your Bucks. I think it comes down to Green Bay. And it comes down to the Cardinals. Yep. Those are your 5 teams in the NFC.
You didn't throw Dallas in there?
Oh, Dallas, yeah. I'm sorry. So there's 6. Yeah, Dallas. And you wonder about Dak's health and will he play Sunday night against Minnesota. Whether he plays or not, they're going to lose that game. But I do have a lock on tonight's game if you wanted to do this.
We'll go ahead and knock that out right now. The lock of the day brought to you by our friend Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction, ironmountainworld.com, Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. Just drain it. A variety of things you can get from Jeremy and the crew there. I'll tell you about the website and the phone number after he gives us a winner on tonight's game.
Purvis is mad at me, man. He was busting my chops in the chat room.
I'm reading. I don't know who Josh Winefuss is. He's an ESPN staff writer. You guys have any idea?
What's his last name?
Winefuss. Weinfuss.
I'm going to look him up. Josh Winefuss. I've never heard of him.
I am reading verbatim.
I think that's Winefuss.
The Cardinals host the Green Bay Packers on Thursday night in a matchup for early control of the NFC. Arizona 7-0, Green Bay 6-1, producing perhaps the best Thursday night game of the Super Bowl era.
No.
Well, hang on.
If Devontae Adams and Alan Lazard were playing in this game, I think you can make that argument.
It's still the Cardinals. I'm going back to one. I'll never remember who was playing, but it may have been the Cowboys. But it was definitely Brett Favre and the Packers. It was one of the rare Thursday night games. I think it was Brett Favre with the Packers. It was a Thursday night game before everyone had the NFL Network. I had to go to a sports bar to watch it, and everyone was just clamoring about this Thursday night NFL game.
Yeah,
And
but
it wasn't
I mean,
on Thanksgiving.
I think what Josh Weinfuss, who joined ESPN September 2013 as the Cardinals NFL Nation reporter.
Weinfuss.
Is it Weinfuss?
I don't know. Dunaway's making that up. He went to Indiana. Got a lot of information on the guy. Actually, he's from Minnesota.
See, I have all 20 digits.
Yeah, I can't see his hands and feet. All it is a headshot. I think what he's discounting is the Thursday nighters to start the NFL season. The primo game we put in Thursday night because there was a.
Oh yeah. I mean, you have some monumental games.
Yeah,
there
was. I remember there was a Packers season opener on that first Thursday night where Aaron Rodgers was phenomenal, but it was a great game. I can't even remember. I think they were playing the Saints. I think it was Packers Saints. Right after the Saints won the Super Bowl, if I remember right, and that was the season opener. And I think he's also forgetting the Thursday night Thanksgiving game that is now on NBC. I think you've had some pretty good ones there because that's normally a divisional
This
game.
is one of the best
So I think he's
I can
incorrect.
remember,
Yeah.
at least on paper, going into it. I'll get to the lock in one sec. But I do think Cardinals host the Rams coming up on a Thursday night next month.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That's really good.
So everybody's talking about this Green Bay team. Aaron Rodgers, 15 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. He is an MVP candidate right now. He's been really good. He's missing his 2 best weapons. Joe Barry, the defensive coordinator, is going to be out, COVID protocol. This defense everybody's talking about, Green Bay has not played a semblance of an offense. The best offense they have faced the entire year is Cincinnati, a game they should have lost. We remember the field goal game.
Missed
down
3,
the
right?
stretch.
Yeah.
They have not played an offense. They haven't seen a dynamic playmaker like Kyler Murray. Arizona, I think, will do what Arizona has done so far. They will continue to prove a point on upper echelon teams. I think Arizona minus 6.5. Good play here. They win the game by double digits.
17-0. Arizona's on their way to 17-0.
They ain't 17-0.
Yeah, but that seems like, and that's the lock.
don't
You see
say
the
it, no
lights.
way.
Brought to you by our friends at IronMountainWorld.com. Whether it's residential or business plumbing or construction, that does seem like a layman play with all the injuries to play the Cardinals.
Okay, I thought you were going to say it seems like an easy play.
No, I'm just saying that seems like what everyone would be playing because they're going to say, oh, they were out 2 of their best receivers. I'm definitely going to take the Cardinals in this game.
Who's he going to throw to?
Well, I mean, Randall Cobb's there, right? Aaron Jones out of the backfield.
How's he gonna get open?
Robert Tanya. I mean, he's got some guys that can play, and it's Aaron Rodgers. I mean, that's the thing. When is the last time you guys remember Aaron Rodgers getting more than a touchdown?
That's true.
That's what you got to look at here. And
So you're saying most people will go, man, I'm getting Aaron Rodgers and a touchdown.
well,
right.
Furman, who joined us yesterday, said that there's a lot of sharp money out there that will look at that by kick, and they'll say, hey, look, I'm getting a lot of value when I'm catching more than a touchdown with Aaron Rodgers. I just think this Arizona team is playing at a different level right now. Chandler Jones coming back, getting after Aaron Rodgers, causing a little stress on that offense. I really, really like the Cardinals tonight. I hope I'm wrong. I wouldn't mind losing this lock.
If are you saying that sucker me into a steak? Because it helps your Rams.
Yeah,
right?
that's what I'm
And
saying.
you don't like Aaron Rodgers.
Okay, look, let me ask you
That
this.
would be him winning.
I know.
Which has surprised you most this year? Lane Kiffin's ability to coach or Cliff Kingsbury's ability to coach?
Look, I'm not giving Kingsbury any credit at all.
Yeah, that's
And-
because they're undefeated.
You're just a 7-0
No,
coach.
and this
It's
might
hard
be
in the
unfair. Again, I think Vance
You think?
Joseph's
You think maybe
defense
it's
has
unfair?
played really good. He has got an incredible quarterback. We have seen bad coaches win with great quarterbacks. And I go back to the Browns game where Cliff Kingsbury wasn't even there, and they completely dominated what was then a healthy Browns team.
Can I make a point? Can I make a quick point?
The LT is the guy sitting in the Senate and Congress at the State of the Union, second-term president. I'm giving you no respect for the economy right now.
Nope.
You've had nothing to do with it the last 6 years.
Nick Saban didn't coach the Iron Bowl last year, and Alabama dominated Auburn.
Nick Saban's earned his stripes.
Well, I agree.
I just want to go back to Cliff Kingsbury.
But I'm just saying.
In the history of Cliff Kingsbury.
Right.
I mean, this Arizona team hasn't been to the postseason since 2015 under Bruce Arians. It's been a long time. They underachieved by not getting to the postseason last year. They have been great up until this point, but I don't know how much has to do with Cliff Kingsbury.
Give me the best example of really bad coach, great quarterback that have won at a big time level, like Super Bowl. Can you give me a Super Bowl example? Really, what you would say is a bad. I mean, because once you win a Super Bowl, you're not considered a bad coach. So, I mean, give me somebody that's been successful like that, though, that you would say really bad coach. I mean, Mike McCarthy?
That's what I was about to ask. Did Mike McCarthy win it with Rodgers?
He did.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, is that what you would say? I mean, Mike McCarthy, he gets a lot of criticism. You can't say the guy's an awful coach. I mean, he's won at Green Bay. He's now winning at Dallas. I know he's got a good quarterback in both spots.
All the credit goes to Kellen Moore, though, the OC.
I know it really does, though. It goes to Aaron Rodgers, Kellen Moore, and Dak Prescott.
John Fox won a Super Bowl.
Okay. But, I mean, his quarterback was Jake Delhomme.
No, it was Peyton Manning.
Peyton Manning.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Jake Delhomme in Carolina was Peyton Manning. Okay.
They were close in Carolina.
Yeah. They were. He was in the Super Bowl. He went to 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah, normally you don't see bad coaches in Super Bowls.
Yeah, but Fox went to 2, didn't he?
What has Belichick done without Brady? That coming up on First Up. What's it called?
First Take.
I mean, you guys just try to visualize Cliff Kingsbury holding a Lombardi trophy.
It's hard to visualize that. Yes, it is. I would agree.
Cannot see it. Can't see the Cardinals winning a Super Bowl either.
It's hard to see.
They were close.
Yep.
They were super close.
All right, that's our log brought to you by IronMountainWorld.com. IronMountainWorld.com. Another coach at LT has been all over the board on is Dan Mullen. Here's Danny Mullen talking about
high pitch. Does he go high pitch first? Do you know my rule?
He is talking about his ability of being the underdog. This is all shucks. Dan Mullen going into the cocktail party this weekend.
Sure. I mean, our guys, this is a rivalry game, so our guys will be pretty motivated. I don't know that I used the huge underdog against Alabama, to be honest with you. We expected to win the game. I think our guys probably thought they were favored to win, and we're really disappointed at, a couple of different situations in that game didn't break our way. And so I don't know that that's really something that we use, to be honest with you.
Boy, he believed in that answer, didn't he?
Yeah. Give me just the beginning again. Just
Sure.
He does that. I'm telling you, when he doesn't believe his answer, I have watched enough Dan Mullen to know that's the way he answers questions. He gives it. That's his tell for when I don't really believe what I'm saying.
Hey, my friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Before we get to who Joel Klatt is throwing into the conversation for the head coaching jobs, possibly at LSU and USC, somebody he thinks should be mentioned and would have interest in those jobs if people come calling. After I tell you about Greg from Pell City. Greg from Pell City is with Storm Restoration Roofing. They are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and there's nobody better than the Better Business Bureau to tell you who really does a great job time in and time out, and they're A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. If you haven't had your roof inspected in the last few years, especially after the recent storms we have almost every spring and summer, you need to call Greg Nelson today. The phone number is 205-542-3531. 542-3531. And listen, this is a no-brainer because you find out how good your roof is by calling Greg, because he'll give you a free, no-cost inspection. $0, no obligation, free, no-cost inspection. Call 205-542-3531. You can also look him up, Greg from Pell City, on Facebook as Greg from Pell City with Storm Restoration Roofing. Joel Klatt says you've got to throw Matt Rule into these conversations of the Carolina Panthers, that his people are telling him that Matt Rule may not be in love with the NFL game and may want to go back to college like Nick Saban.
Sign me right up if I'm USC or LSU.
I fingers crossed that USC would be smart enough to call a guy like Matt Rule.
Yep, sign me right up if I'm one of those two schools. I think the guy can flat coach.
I think either school he could win a championship easily.
Yeah.
I really do. I think he is
agree.
that kind of program builder. Players buy into what he's doing. In the NFL, you just don't have the control, and it comes down to quarterback. And they thought going out and getting Sam Darnold was going to be the answer, and Sam Darnold has just been bad without Christian McCaffrey.
And here is another scenario. Imagine USC buys the hype and goes James Franklin. What job did we always think Matt Rule would get?
Penn State, because he played there.
Penn State.
Yep.
And there it would be sitting open.
Yeah, and I almost
Ray Perkins who had built the Giants into something.
Right.
And then he left. Bill Parcells won all the championships. Perkins went back to his school, Alabama.
The thing with Matt Rule we've never seen is him have that type of job. I would be interested to see what he would do with that. We know he's a program builder. He's done it twice. He built Temple into a double-digit win team, which is phenomenal.
Yeah,
and then he took over an awful Baylor situation and had them 11 wins.
This gets foggy, but wasn't Temple a top 15 team? Game day was there. They were hosting Notre Dame, and it was a really good game on a Saturday night.
I'll look it up. Was that 2015, I think, Lance?
I think it was a little later than that. Might have been 16 or 17.
The year he left. Let me pull it
I
up.
was back home 17. I remember these
He
things.
was at Baylor. You don't, because he was at Baylor in 17.
Yeah.
It was 2015. They were undefeated.
Okay, I was back home in 15. 16 was the year I wasn't home.
They were undefeated. They were number 21 in the country. Game day was there. That's a good memory. And Notre Dame was number 9. And they lost that game 24-20.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, look, Temple.
I mean, he can build a program.
You guys remember when Bear Bryant would schedule Temple to come into Legion Field, and they were one of the worst teams.
For an easy win? Yeah.
Yeah, just to give you one of those out-of-conference wins. And now he had Temple as one of the best programs. He had Baylor a play away from a 14 playoff.
Yeah. I mean, the guy can flat coach. He's a program builder. The one thing Dunaway we've never seen him is with a primo job like LSU or USC. I mean, he's got a mid-tier NFL job. And he's had 2 kind of low-tier college jobs that he's built up into better than what they were.
Kevin, I watched Matt Rule on one of the coaches' simulcasts of the national championship games. I've wanted him to be Saban's replacement ever since.
Boy.
No, not rushing Saban into retirement, says Kevin, but that's the guy I would love to have to replace Saban.
I mean, I think, well, Alabama fans don't want to lose Saban, but there is some unknown about who replaces him. If I told you Saban's going to step down next year and Matt Rule's taking over, I think Alabama fans would be pleased with that.
Tripp, no way Rule leaves the NFL. He has a 7-year contract. Tripp, I will tell you that there were people that said Nick Saban would never leave the NFL once he got there too. And he didn't like his situation either. And I don't know if you've paid much attention. It was a great start. Was it 3-0 for Carolina?
Yeah, they were 3-0.
3-0.
They've lost 4 straight.
And they've lost 4 straight. And it is obvious that they are in the market for the quarterback of the future.
You're right. But let me say this. I know he's got that guaranteed contract that is big money, but Scott Woodward at LSU has shown he is not afraid to throw around booster money and guarantee, just ask Jimbo Fisher, guarantee guys big money contracts that he wants to get. I mean, I am confident in saying that he could get the guarantee out of LSU that he currently has with Carolina. If he just wanted to get back to the college game, that LSU could say, what do you have left on that deal at Carolina? We'll guarantee it at LSU.
That's over in the Farmfolio chat room. Jay Price also jumps in and says, by the way, he thinks Barry Switzer with Troy Aikman with the Cowboys was the worst coach to win a Super Bowl.
Switzer won 3 national championships.
I thought about that, but, Switzer in the NFL, there were always question marks, but it's hard to say that Switzer wasn't a good coach.
Yeah,
No, great coach.
3
Great
national
coach.
championships in college football.
May have been just a figurehead in his NFL days, but a great coach at some point. All right, we roll on. Trash is coming up on the other side. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Ship Happens. You see it all the time, us sitting here discussing getting things, whether it's big projects, small projects, shipped across the country. Ship Happens makes it happen.
Yeah, in today's ever-changing market, your supply chain is a major factor in maintaining and growing relationships with your customers. Safe, on-time, and affordable shipments, they are crucial. With over 20 years combined experience in relationships, Jeff and Griffin at Ship Happens have the ability to get ship done. From LTL, van, flatbed, heavy haul, and expedited, Ship Happens, ready to bring a solution to all of your transportation problems. Don't have an accident and ship yourself. Call the guys at Ship Happens, 205-605-8101.
Legion FC, Saturday night, home game at BBVA for the division championship against Loose City. BHMLegion.com for tickets. You can go ahead and buy your playoff tickets as well for November 7th, which is a Sunday game at home to get the Legion's first home game in the playoffs. When we come back, trash, and we'll find out if LT has Joe Buck peeing in a bottle or not in trash. Do you?
I do not have that, but I'm willing to and ready to roll out that story.
Okay, I'm going to roll into the bathroom to do it, but unless you got a bottle, Brown.
Wow. That's a lot of information, Jim. You can't just go to the break. You don't have to tell people.
We're going to need a bigger boat. Back in a moment.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account. Have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
One Man in the Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man in the Toolbox has the background to help you with almost any project. 823-2111. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at HydroLive Therapy. Boost your immune system today with HydroLive Therapy. IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service at the Birmingham and Tuscaloosa locations. If you're unable to make it to HydroLive, a nurse can actually come to your home or office. You can visit them online today, hydrolifetherapy.com. HydroLive Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood 9 to 6 and Tuscaloosa 10 to 6. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Greystone Chiropractic and their brand new facility in Tattersall Park is the premier family wellness office in Birmingham. Dr. Lee Goldenberg is committed to helping families unleash their unlimited healing potential naturally in a beautiful and stress-free environment. Voted best in Birmingham 3 years in a row, nominated for Shelby County Healthcare Provider of the Year. What sets Dr. Goldenberg and Greystone Chiropractic apart? Their attention to detail, their thorough approach with patients, and their excellent customer service. I trust my family with Dr. Goldenberg. You can too. Visit GreysstoneChiropractor.com or call 981-8090.
Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Back with you on the Next Round, LTD&B with you. Brownie's going to tell you about our friends at Nichols Outfitters, and then we'll talk about Joe Buck peeing in a bottle, allegedly, while Brett Favre was throwing a touchdown pass.
You know, I thought he had discredited this story, but apparently he didn't. I'm not much of an outdoorsman because one time I got taken on a hunting trip, my only one, and I had to go to the bathroom, and I just stopped where I was and went because we were in the woods. And
that scares off the deer.
That's what I was told. Yeah. Hey, for hunters and firearm enthusiasts in the audience, you can find the widest selection of pistols, rifles, and shotguns at Nichols Outfitters in Pelham. For the first-time hunters or seasoned hunting veterans, find what you're looking for at Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 I-65 in Pelham, in store, or you can find them online, nicholsoutfitters.com, nicholsoutfitters.com.
It was part of the big lead yesterday, and they were talking about, and maybe Deadspin did a story on it as well, Joe Buck back in the day when I don't even think he was the main Fox announcer yet. It was 1994. Here was the headline on the big lead. Did Joe Buck really call this 1994 Brett Favre game-winning touchdown while peeing in a bottle? He discussed it recently on a podcast called Smartless. Now, this has Will Arnett, Jason Bateman, and Sean Hayes, who host this podcast.
My little guy loves it, by the way.
Maggie loves it as well. It's funny.
I need to go listen because I love Jason Bateman, and those other guys are pretty funny too. Yeah.
He says he was peeing, told those guys he was peeing in a bottle when he called a touchdown during a Falcons-Packers game at Milwaukee County Stadium. And they've done some research, and they said that would have been the last Packers game ever played at Milwaukee County Stadium. And Buck went into the story.
I don't believe it.
Saying it was impossible to get to the bathroom during commercial timeouts in the old baseball setup stadium where the football press box was.
Yep.
So it was an impossible
I can believe
setup.
that, yeah.
And according to Buck, the bathroom impossible to get to, and he had been pounding water in the entire first half. And he says, I have peed in a bottle while calling an NFL touchdown, he told the guys. I swear to God, I was peeing in a trash can, and they came back. It's true. They handed me like a little water bottle, and we came back from a break, and I was peeing, and the action started, and I called a touchdown while urine was coming out of me, end quote, Joe Buck.
I don't believe it, but, this is Joe Buck trying to have a cool story for those guys.
You don't like Joe Buck, though, so that should be noted.
I think he does a really good job on his call.
Yeah, you don't have to soften it. You do not like him.
Yeah, I just think he's one of those guys that going into this, man, I've got to have a really cool story for this podcast.
Driving to the coast or on a long trip, and you can't find anywhere to stop and go to the restroom, do you pee in a bottle or a big gulp in the car and throw it out, or do you pull over and just on the side of the road or in a pasture?
It's so difficult, but the last time I tried this was in 2016. I was going over, it was Kirby's first year, and I was going to Athens for Tennessee, Georgia.
I love your memory, by the way. Kirby's first year. I remember that.
That's the time I peed in a car.
And I made actually the roommate was driving the old Ram truck, and I was pounding Stella's in the front seat.
God, that is shocking.
Yeah. But so we got on one of those roads going into Athens, and it was so packed, like you couldn't get, and there was nowhere to go. So I had one of the Stella bottles, and it's trying the balancing act. I pissed all over inside the car and all over myself. I haven't tried it since.
Sometimes I go in the woods at the golf course, and I try to do it, where there's no house in sight. But I do wonder, what is the penalty on that? Like, if some lady came out and I'm going in the bathroom in the woods and she could see.
Public lewdness.
Is that what that is? Like, she could call the cops and have me arrested? I mean, I think if I tell the cops I was playing 18, I had to go, I think I can probably get out of it, right?
You and I have discussed before, and one of my biggest fears is that...
Yours is a Girl Scout troop coming through. It's the dumbest fear ever.
Or Boy Scout. It doesn't matter.
Or
just
Boy
a scout troop on a hike in the woods.
Yeah,
when I was
golf course.
17
so
in a parking lot, a cop saw me peeing.
What's in a parking lot? That's not in the woods.
Yeah, but I mean, it was towards the woods. It was like,
it was like a mile and a half away.
There was woods over there. There was woods on the other side of the cars, but they got me, and they actually, they wrote a report up and everything. It's when I was 17, and they wrote it up for public lewdness. They ended up tearing it up and telling me to go home.
Yeah, I think I'd get away with it. I mean, if you tell the cop, look, I'm sorry she saw me, but I had to go. I was in the woods.
Don't do it at a playground.
Then why would do it at a playground? This is on the golf course. I don't think I'd get arrested for that. Do you, Rockstar?
You'll get arrested. Sometimes they, what is it called?
Probation?
No, not probation. You get tagged.
Sexual offender?
Sexual offender.
Not for peeing in the woods?
So it's this exposure.
No, it's sexual offender if you're near the playground.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just out in the woods on the golf course. I don't think that's going to.
A coworker of mine got threatened with that in Phoenix, covering Auburn, Oregon.
When he went in a parking deck.
Peeing in a parking deck. But that was the threat, was that if I give you a ticket, you'll be labeled a sexual offender your whole life.
I don't know how often you guys, when you go to the airport and you park in the parking deck and you decide to take the stairs instead of the elevator, it always smells like piss.
It smells like someone has done that.
So, I mean, it's like, who actually pees in the stairwell?
And all those stairs need a good pressure washing.
Yeah,
but how many homeless people are hanging at the airport? That's a long way to go. Like most, want to hover downtown to go out to the outskirts of the airport.
Well, it makes you feel more exotic. You always feel like you could go somewhere else.
Yeah. Just one ticket away.
One ticket away from being elsewhere.
Maybe somebody will drop that ticket.
Yeah, never know.
Let's do trash right now. It is brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Right. Hit it, Rockstar.
Congratulations, the Cure Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductee inductees 2019. Are you as excited as I am?
By the sounds of it, no.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, if you are sick of leasing your life away, Mortgage Right, they've got the cure with locations nationwide. Our friends at Mortgage Right are dedicated to making the home buying process easy. They are eager to offer tips, tools, and a staff of industry professionals to move you in with confidence. If you're ready to let go of the leasing life, start living life, Mortgage Right can help. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. They say prison changes a person.
Well, that's the design, isn't it?
Supposed to, be reformed.
Yeah.
That certainly can be said for Jerry Lee, who was totally unrecognizable upon his release. You guys want to guess why?
He went in Jerry with a Y, came out Jerry as an I.
Now, he spent 49 months in maximum security federal prison after being caught trying to rob a bank.
Okay.
The risk versus reward there. Never get that. 42-year-old was freed earlier this month, but looked completely different after tattooing his own face.
That is just boredom right there.
So how did he tattoo his own face in prison?
I'll get to that.
All right.
Meanwhile, on the right side, what's hot is now inappropriate.
This is another crazy thing.
That's that high school deal, right? Yeah.
It's a high school pep rally where the males dressed as females and gave the principal a lap dance.
The principal was also the mayor of the town, which I thought was interesting too.
Hazard, Kentucky.
Yeah.
By the way.
All right.
So Lee did this all from his own cell. He endured the excruciating pain to ink himself with a skull, as you see, representing death, he said. He was so pleased with the outcome, he now dreams of opening his own tattoo shop. If I wanted a tattoo, that's the guy I'm going to.
Well, he's a walking billboard.
Now, in an exclusive interview, here's how he did it, Brown, with the Daily Star. He said, quote, I burned vegetable oil mixed with the soot with alcohol for the ink and used a pen spring for the needle.
I mean, prison must just be boring if you're doing all that.
I'll give him credit for him to be able to do that himself is pretty impressive.
It is. Now go back, and that's not even real ink. He had to make that all himself.
That is pretty crazy. I would agree, yeah.
Now, Rockstar, if you can go back up to the top.
Is that him before the top one, Jim? Is that him before?
I think that's him on the left, right?
Yeah, in the gray hoodie.
Yeah. You know, there's always fun doing the old portrait with your son smoking a cigarette, and both can actually smoke the cigarette.
Double six, man.
Yeah, it's both of them holding one.
And then they've got
hold a heater.
Basically the van that abducts people.
That's what I was about to say. That's the kind of van I taught my daughter to run away from.
That's right.
And that gutter looks like it's going to be spitting some water.
He sees Stu to climb up on that thing, gap it for him.
All the way back to the top one, though, Rockstar. The tight shot.
8232212.
I mean, you never have to worry about looking tired with that tattoo around your eyes, do you?
You do not.
You don't have bags in your eyes ever again.
Sunken eyes.
So much going on.
Okay.
They said the body art took a week to complete and included the unthinkable agony caused by tattooing his own eyelids.
Well, I went that away. He only did a week.
It took a week?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, prison's awful. You do not want to go, Dunaway. How boring does that sound?
I mean,
I was thinking about it before this.
No, you don't.
I assume that was 5 to 10 years he was in and just did that over
I
time.
Agree.
It was a parking ticket mishap.
He binge watched it.
Turns out you were innocent. Sorry, we're letting you go.
And you get your job at the bank back.
Now, according to one doctor, there's only one true way to get over a hangover. He absolutely doesn't recommend it. I agree with this 100%. I used to not get hangovers until I got into my early 30s. And now it depends. If I drink a lot of red wine or a lot of bourbon, I'll get a hangover. Never get a hangover on beer.
Yeah.
But he said the only way you can do it, the 73-year-old doctor from Australia said, really is hair of the dog. He said, unfortunately, quote, a cure is just a bit of alcohol, which is a bad path to go down. Now, he explained that consuming more alcohol prevents the body from absorbing the methanol, which is a toxic chemical found in booze that happens to make you feel pretty terrible. Instead, the body is busy coping with a new ethanol and a more recent alcohol being consumed. But of course, the body will eventually have to deal with that methanol. But the way to do it is if you're extremely hungover, just drink enough to where you get that buzz again and then slowly wean your way off the drinks for the night.
Do you know the origin of the hair of the dog phrase? I just looked it up.
It's got to be a sailor.
No. Medieval times when a dog, when
Larry
someone,
King.
He was alive in the medieval. When somebody was bitten by a rabid dog, they thought you would take the dog's hair and apply it to the infected wound to get the rabies out. So basically, you were bitten by the dog the night before. Just apply a little bit of the hair of the dog.
You know, I bet that didn't work.
Probably not.
So 2 in 5 Americans say ghosts exist. I don't know where you guys are on this.
I'm a no.
Yesterday, people agreed. existed during Trash on the Table in the chat room.
We had a lot of deep
Speaking
questions.
of exposure.
we were just wondering how good they were.
Now, with Halloween just a few days away, it's the season for all things spooky, ghosts, demons, vampires, and more. A new YouGov survey of 1,000 American adults finds that many people aren't convinced that these entities are just the stuff of scary stories and horror films. More than 2 in 5 Americans say they believe in demons, 43%. Similar percentage, 41% say the same about ghosts. For both, more Americans say they do exist than say they don't. The rest aren't sure. 1 in 5 Americans say they've encountered a ghost, while 41% of Americans believe that ghosts exist. About half as many, 20%, say they have personally encountered that ghost. I've never seen it. I don't want to see it. I really have no idea. I lean no as soon as I say that.
Okay, if you had to, and this is a great poll question. You put this out, Brown. If you had to know one of these 100% were real, ghost or aliens, which would you want?
Aliens, because you could see them, and if we knew they were real, we wouldn't be so surprised when they showed up.
Yeah, I think the ghost is a
You
little
can't see a
depressing
ghost.
because if you're a ghost, then you're trapped somewhere
That's
in
right.
purgatory.
So, Brown, you're saying that since we know that aliens exist, we're not going to be surprised when, hey, well, they know. Well,
I mean,
we
not
already knew they
as
were
surprised.
here.
Not as surprised.
We're
you
not
know,
as surprised.
No. You know they're there.
Yeah.
That's why it's different, Rockstar,
Okay.
because we don't know.
Like, I
they're
think
there.
there's worse options in the afterlife. But if you were a ghost trapped somewhere for eternity and all you could do was run around and rattle chains and honk.
I'm a tourist spot now.
I mean, it would suck.
But it would not suck as bad as being in hell. I mean, of 3 options.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I would just hang out at SoFi.
I'd go heaven.
I mean, hell, you get
Hang out on that
concerts. I would get 8 Rams games a
You'd be
year.
like Butch Jones' old man. You'd be sitting up on the scoreboard.
Nah, LT's hell is being trapped in the Superdome.
That's right.
Yeah,
You'd have to
that
watch
would
all
be
the Saints
terrible.
games.
That would be terrible. Okay, I've got time for both of these.
All right, go.
Kellogg is being hit with a multi-million-dollar lawsuit alleging its whole-grain frosted strawberry Pop-Tarts are deceiving consumers, failing to warn them that strawberries are not the only fruit-filling ingredient. Now, the suit asserted the, quote, product's common or usual name of the whole-grain frosted strawberry toasted pastries is false, deceptive, and misleading because it contains mostly non-strawberry fruit ingredients, namely cheaper pears and apples.
Well, it's
The
still fruit.
Suit went on to say it's a violation of state and federal consumer protection statutes. Now, the plaintiff, Elizabeth Russett, who has way too much time on her hands, in New York,
obviously.
claimed she would not have bought the strawberry Pop-Tarts
That's bull crap.
or would have been only willing to pay less if she had known the truth.
Say that's bull crap.
But I
She's
do
lying.
I do think it should say strawberry flavored Pop-Tarts. It shouldn't say strawberry.
I think if you're eating Pop-Tarts, you're not really worried about the level of fruit
I know,
intake.
so
you
it
just
wouldn't
want a
matter.
cheap,
So put
sugary dessert.
I was wanting my daily consumption of fruit.
That's
and,
right. And I bought
my
these Pop-Tarts, and it's
yeah.
pears and apples. I really only wanted strawberry.
But would you be offended if it said strawberry flavor?
I'm not offended by anything. No, I wouldn't care one way or the other. I just think it's absurd that she's suggesting she was thinking it was real fruit. It's a Pop-Tart. If you want strawberries, you know what they also sell at the grocery store?
Strawberry toaster
Yeah,
strudels.
strawberries.
Oh, wait.
You know,
Actual
over the last
go eat the strawberries.
25 years, I don't think there's a food that I've gotten away for more than the Pop-Tart. I used to eat a ton of
I
Pop-Tarts,
hadn't had
and
a
I
Pop-Tart
haven't
forever.
had in probably
There,
10 years.
We've got one of those self-serve break areas downstairs in this building. They got Pop-Tarts if you want one.
I never take advantage of that place. I see you go down there a little bit.
I've
don't
hit
you?
it every now and then. I had to go honor system the other day. I went down there and the computer was down, so I just took what I wanted. And then I tried to go back. It was Friday, and I tried to go back to scan it in the little thing, and the system was still down.
So how did that work at the Rave Theater for you?
I went back Monday.
For those listening, a rave theater.
I went back.
Man, this theater sure is grabby.
I went back Monday and scanned it, so I did at least pay for it. If they're
Okay,
listening.
I'm going to close trash today with dinner facts. This is interesting. Never even knew this. A duet sung by Freddie Mercury and Michael Jackson remained unfinished because Mercury walked out of the recording. Do you guys want to guess why he walked out of the recording?
Michael Jackson grabbed him on the tail.
Okay.
He probably would have liked that.
Freddie was a little old for Michael. I would say it's because Freddie didn't get to sing more parts than Michael. Michael had more time.
He was upset, could not tolerate that Jackson actually brought his pet llama into the studio.
Oh,
very believable.
They spit.
Yep.
And I heard Freddie didn't.
The llama. Good God! Now, if I said that,
holy shit!
If I said no, it would have been.
You would have gotten the stare down.
The stare down, and I would have gotten the Ryan Bound rock star.
No,
Come on, man.
I will tell you that's Dunaway's best line ever.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yes. How did you do that? I didn't know you were that funny. All right, go ahead.
If you'd stop talking so much, you'd hear what I said.
He's on fire.
That's unbelievable.
I mean,
do we end now? I've got 4 more dinner facts.
I would save them for tomorrow. That's the best that's going to happen right there.
That's unbelievable.
That was
do we
really...
save the 4 dinner facts?
Sure, man.
We've got time.
No, we don't. I'm kidding.
You guys are all over the clock.
We do.
All right, go.
I did know this one. Anna Nicole Smith never actually got the money when her 90-year-old husband died. His will left $1.6 billion, the entire estate, to his son, and 0 to her.
Well, that's a slap in the face.
And that was when Viagra was around.
She put in all that time.
0.
Yep.
That's probably why she became so depressed. Here's another dinner fact. In 1950, airlines didn't serve alcohol when flying over dry states.
Wow.
Are you serious?
Like I'm in their airspace at Kansas.
Can we do the scenic route?
Like, I think we're ass backwards now, but this is ridiculous.
I mean, that's quick. Sometimes it's like, all right, no, we're on row 16. We'll get to you guys in a second.
So
you just stand in the aisle. All right, we're out of Nebraska. Go ahead.
J.R. Brinkley, a American quack, convinced men to let him sew goat testicles into their stomachs as a way to increase male fertility, as well as a cure for all sorts of ailments and disease.
Now, it has to be goat. It can't be donkey.
Imagine having to harvest the goat testicles just to do that. I mean, that's a pain.
And finally, sometimes first and second choices aren't the best. Did you guys realize that Kenny Loggins was the third choice to record Danger Zone for the 1986 blockbuster movie Top Gun?
Do we know who the first two were?
Yeah, producers originally went to one group, one solo artist.
What year is this, 84?
86.
I'll go 86. I'll go Wham was the group.
86, the group, I'm going to say Dire Straits.
And the solo artist, 86, I'm going to go, they went to another Kenny Rogers.
I'm going to say
it's going to be a country hit.
They went to Bruce Springsteen, and it was too happy of a song for him.
It was actually, they approached Toto.
Wow, I was close.
And then Corey Hart. Sunglasses at night.
Corey Hart could have pulled that off.
Oh,
Never surrender.
Kenny Loggett's far better.
That is trash. Brought to you today by our friends at Mortgage Right.
That's best quote ever done away. It's the American dream to buy your own home. Mortgage Right wants to make that dream a reality with branches across the country. Mortgage Right has all the resources of a nationwide organization while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right will make home buying simple for you. If you're looking for that quick, caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to get started.
All right, much more to come, including Rockstar's 4 Downs and John Metchi at the top of the hour. The Alabama wide receiver Stan White comes your way at 12:35 to talk Auburn and Ole Miss. We're back in a moment.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Johnston RV Center, home of the lifetime warranty, is having its fall sales event Monday, October 25th through Saturday, October 30th. The fall sales event is happening at our 2 locations, off I-65, exit 304 in Coleman and exit 334 in Decatur. There will be special pricing on select units, special financing on the largest inventory of the year, and Halloween treats for the kids. In addition to these savings, Johnston RV offers an exclusive lifetime warranty from RV Warranty Forever on all new models and used models under 2 years old. Now is the time to get the RV of your dreams. Special pricing, special financing, and deals on the largest inventory of the year. Make plans to visit our 2 locations off I-65, exit 304 in Coleman and exit 334 in Decatur. Enjoy our best selections of the year, special pricing, and additional markdowns at the Johnston RV Center Fall Sales Event. For more information, visit our website, johnstonrvcenter.com. Go see why Johnston RV Center is the #1 travel trailer dealer in the state of Alabama.
Fall weather is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. What does that mean? It means you are the reason they have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. ERA King believes a culture focused on building value in their agents produces big value for their clients and their families. To find your agent, text MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King, working hard to make home buying easy.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Some things just stand the test of time. Your old truck, an aged bourbon, the memory of your first girlfriend, and a classic pair of Red Wing boots. Fall is upon us, and Red Wing boots are the ones every guy must have. Whether you're on the job site, working in the yard, exploring the trail, or heading out for the evening, Red Wing shoes will have you covered. Certified fit specialist will make sure you get the most comfortable boots with convenient locations in Pelham next to Publix and the new Trussville location between Metro Diner and Taco Mama. Red Wing boots, a classic you can enjoy every day.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Hear that? That's the plumpest, juiciest hot dogs you've ever seen getting their grill on. But we both know what'll make it sound even better. Oh yeah, it's a Pepsi to go with your hot dog. Because when you're chomping on America's favorite meal, relish, mustard, and onions perfectly blending into a crescendo of flavor, there's only one thing that makes everything about that moment better. A cold, refreshing Pepsi. See what I mean? It's like music to my ears. Hot dogs. Better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
In recognition of your service and support for our communities, Academy Sports and Outdoors is offering military and first responders 10% off their purchases both in-store and online from October 24th through November 14th. Exclusions apply. Visit academy.com/discount for details. Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Our friends at Hemphill want to give you a recruiting update. We'll tell you about a big local quarterback who's going to the Big Ten after you tell us about Hemphill.
Hey, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. Recently experienced this myself at my own home. First thing I did was call Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, and the team at Hemphill, the only ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Hoover quarterback Bennett Meredith, who just beat Thompson, committed yesterday to Northwestern. He's on his way to play at Northwestern.
Good for him. Go get a good education, man.
A lot of people starting to rave about his ability at quarterback. And, even before they beat Thompson this past weekend, obviously was being recruited by some really big schools, and he's off to play at Northwestern.
The only play I saw was that final play. And, his movement in the pocket and the placement of that ball. That's the only throw I've ever seen him make. But
I know. Based on that throw, I think he'll thrive at Northwestern.
Have you seen the World? I haven't seen World Series Game 2 ratings, but World Series Game 1 ratings, the lowest non-neutral site World Series game in the history of Major League Baseball in the television era.
I'm not surprised. I think ratings for baseball are down overall. You've got Houston is a major market. Atlanta is close to a top 10.
It is a top 10, yeah.
Okay, but Houston is a team that's been there 3 of the last 5 years.
So I got game 2 right here.
And you don't have.
I'm sorry,
you don't really have a lot of star power at all.
$10.8 million in game 1. What was it, game 2?
Fox's coverage of World Series Game 2 averaged 8.9 million total viewers.
So that's down even more. By example, just a afternoon game, Week 6, Cowboys-Patriots drew 23 million viewers.
Yeah, nowhere close. Yeah.
So a primetime World Series game, 10 million and now 8 million. So combined, doesn't get to one afternoon game of the Cowboys and Patriots.
What is like a Fox 11 o'clock?
Well, it's hard because that's a bunch of games combined, but it's 22 million people watching all the games combined. You got all the regional games.
Well, I guess to put it in perspective, like we didn't know the WNBA playoffs were going on. What was that WNBA final?
It was 500,000.
Yeah, it was 445,000 for that last game.
No, and that's what they point out.
That was going head-to-head with the NFL.
Though the World Series ratings are the worst ever in a normal World Series setting, it is still more watched than anything on television except for Major League Baseball. The NFL.
Yeah, it's interesting because I looked at that's an old one. I'm sorry. I was looking at the Braves game the other night head-to-head with college football, and it beat individually any of the football games. But if you put the 3 primetime games together, if that makes sense, it was Alabama, Tennessee. I was trying to remember all the primetime games. It's much more than that one baseball game. So, football overall is going to dominate.
Yeah, football's
Nobody's
king
surprised
in America.
at that, yeah.
Surprised that the ratings are that low, especially, the Braves, which has a popular, widespread television market. There are Braves fans who go to games in San Diego or New York who have grown up watching them on television. Game 3 coming up Friday back there on Fox. And I'm going to say this, and it may be totally incorrect. I think part of the problem is because the ratings have trickled down so much for Major League Baseball that they put NLCS and ALCS games on FS1 and on TBS, which is limiting the number of people who are watching that, which takes away a little bit of the buzz for the finally in the championship. If you are forcing people to see the games in the NLCS or the ALCS, you may develop some interest in a player or hatred for a player that will make you want to watch it a little bit more.
Well,
the more you relegate it to your alternate channels, the less likely you're going to draw big numbers on your main channels.
Well, let's just say that you don't have a provider that have either one of those stations and you get it on the app. You don't get credit on the television ratings for the app.
They add that in later on.
They do add that
on the streaming.
Absolutely.
That's not the number I just gave you, but that number I just gave you was about what watched Georgia, Clemson, and Alabama, Texas A&M. About that same number.
Yeah, the biggest of the regular season in college football games. All right, we've talked about carousel and all that. John Metchi on the off week, scheduled to be with us coming up, and Stan White on the big game down in Auburn at 12:35. Already Neil McCready on that game from over in the state of Mississippi about the Rebels. That is podcast for you at nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. Brian Hartson says, Owen Popo, this has become almost the same quote every week. We hope to get him back this week. We'll see if Popo plays this weekend.
Need him this week.
Well, it's so bizarre. The way Harson talks about it, it always seems like he's just one game away from getting back.
Yep. And that's a injury update right here with Popo being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports.
Yeah, as I tell you about Precision Sports, it seems like you're giving me a yellow light on Metchi. Is that what you're guessing?
No, I think he's fine.
No, it's a bye week.
I'm right there with you.
He knows he's supposed to be on.
Hey, are you suffering from that old sports injury that won't go away, or maybe you tweaked a joint being a weekend warrior? Precision's got 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track, including the new Southern Orthopedic Sports Medicine Associates location right there in Jasper. Your health cannot wait. Call 855-219-6200 or visit them online, precisionsportsortho.com.
And tonight we got a couple of games, including Troy and Coastal Carolina, one top 25 team in Coastal at number 24 playing this evening. Metchi, as we said, coming up. James Cook is one guy telling us that Kenny, is it McIntosh? Kenny, who's the running back for Georgia? James Cook telling us he's going to be back. Kenny, it's McIntosh. Kenny McIntosh. He's going to be back running the football this week. Zamir Wright, James Cook, and McIntosh.
Wow, that's good.
And you sure you don't mean Milton?
Could be Melton.
Okay.
I may have written McIntosh down. Kenny Melton. Is there a Kenny Melton? Plays for Georgia?
Melton.
Is it Herschel Walker?
It's not Herschel Walker. Will not be playing in this game coming up. We're at the top of the hour. This hour has been brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken. Right on the 119 in Alabaster. Check them out. Champy'sChicken.com for your tailgate. We'll talk to Metchi and Little Bama football next.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's on my street. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Here's one problem. I play a lot of golf, but I'm not a greenskeeper. It's why I depend on my friends at Wayne's. And now is the time to make sure your lawn is properly prepared to grow healthy and lush when spring rolls around. Let the lawn professionals at Wayne's set you up for success as your lawn enters dormancy for the winter season. I depend on them for my lawn. You should too. Get Wayne's treating your lawn now so it looks great in the spring. 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
Let's just cut to the chase right here. A tax problem is way too important to trust someone out of state to some national 1-800 number when you have someone here local that can take care of you. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round, and I've seen what ignoring IRS tax problems can do. If you owe back taxes and are looking for a way out, I've got the answer. It's my friend Perry Cronin with the Axiom Tax Resolution Group. You've got to understand this. The IRS is starting to take the gloves off again as we roll into 2022. They're coming after people, so don't fall victim to liens and garnishments. Call Perry Cronin, 205-872-1100, 872-1100, or the website 205tax.com. Perry and his daughter Teresa Cronin are tax professionals right here in our area. You'll meet them face to face, you'll explain your situation, and they'll handle your case like a family matter. Perry Cronin can help. Visit the website 205tax.com.
Ship happens. Give us a call to get ship started. Call Griffin and Jeff today, 205-605-8101. You can always go online. Go to getshipstarted.com.
Ship happens to get ship done. Don't ever have an accident. Ship yourself. Don't ever have an accident and ship yourself.
Go to getshipstarted.com.
It is the American dream to buy your own home. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Mortgage Right wants to make that dream a reality with branches across the country. Mortgage Right has all the resources of a nationwide organization while maintaining the charm of a local lender. Mortgage Right makes home buying simple. If you are looking for a quick and caring mortgage experience, Mortgage Right is your go-to lender. Get started by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. Mortgage Right, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
No one does happy hour like Twin Peaks. Whatever your preference, we have everything from tequila cocktails and an extensive bourbon category to local craft beers and handcrafted whiskey cocktails. And don't forget about that 29-degree man-sized drafts. It's Twin Peaks at the Patton Creek Shopping Centers.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Football season is now in full swing, and you need to be winning with us at LancesLock.com. You get the free lock during the show, but get even more with a subscription at LancesLock.com. Get Lance's full slate of college football games every Saturday, as well as Sunday's NFL, all with the same subscription. No complicated or expensive weekend packages. Get everything. All leagues, every day. Only $90 a month, breaking down to $3 a day. If you want to win this football season, jump on your phone, tablet, or computer right now and go to LancesLock.com and get on board with us.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The team at Vulcan Tire and Automotive, they feel it's important for you to know they don't employ any salespeople or technicians that are incentivized with your commissions. When you are getting your vehicle serviced, the team is only incentivized to take care of you and your vehicle. That doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Again, 4 locations right here in Birmingham, Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, Vulcan Tire and Auto.com.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Final hour of the show, John Metchi, who may be one of the hottest receivers in the country right now, is about to join us to talk about the Tide coming off the 52-24 win over Tennessee, where Alabama in the fourth quarter, the final 14 minutes and 30 seconds, put the hammer down to finish off the Volunteers. 15 straight in that rivalry game, and now a bye week before they get LSU at home. And as we said earlier, Ed Orgeron saying LSU unable to practice on Wednesday because they don't have enough bodies with injuries and people who have opted out. So they took Wednesday off, and they're not going to scrimmage today either. So one team going in one direction, the other team is LSU.
Craneworks and their division Rentalworks brings you John Metchi every Thursday at this time. It's the source for all your equipment needs, big or small. They have big equipment like skid steers and excavators, all the way down to the smaller equipment like pressure washers, brush mowers, or trailers. All of it. Don't forget, equipment operators too, craneworks.com. Alabama receiver John Metchi with us for his weekly visit on the Pepsi Hotline now. What's up, John? How are you?
Good. I'm good. How y'all doing?
Doing well. We were watching you in our preview screen before the segment started. You are holding a football as if you have fumbled, and they say carry this thing around all week on campus and do not drop it one time.
Nah. I just like to have a football in my hands.
I hear you. He likes Bryce Young to see him hold that football, right, when you walk by.
Hey, I also noticed you were pounding out some, is it Glacier Freeze? Was that the flavor of Gatorade? Is that your go-to? I'm a fruit punch guy.
I'm not really into Gatorade, so like I have to start trying the colors to know which one's my go-to.
Well, they've got it in Canada, right?
Yeah, they do. I'm just more of a straight old water person.
Okay, let's talk about the big plays that continue now to happen for this offense. Do you feel like you guys are getting better every week offensively at becoming playmakers? Do you feel like you've grown a lot as an offense since the loss at Texas A&M?
Yeah. I definitely think we continue to grow every week, continue to get better and more comfortable every week. And I also think that we've grown a lot from the beginning of the season and from Texas A&M. I think we definitely took that game as a lesson and learned from it.
I would tell you that in old school times, back in the early 2000s, they would say a quarterback with not a lot of experience like Bryce, you would sort of not use the whole playbook and you would sort of bring him along slowly. As a veteran, can you tell me that with Bryce Young at quarterback, you're using the entire playbook? There's nothing off the table with Bryce at this point in the season?
Yeah. Even from the beginning of the season, there hadn't been anything off the table with Bryce. It's always been the full playbook. Bryce is always ready for everything. Very cerebral, knows the playbook really well. It's not like we have to kind of coddle him along or anything like that.
John Metchi is with us. Metchi joins us each week on the Pepsi Hotline, courtesy of Craneworks. Forget those big box stores. Craneworks Equipment Rental Division, Rentalworks, has reliable machines and local experts to help you find exactly what you need. Call them for a personalized quote or visit craneworks.com to see their full inventory. I want to rewind to something you said in that previous answer. You said we learned our lessons from Texas A&M. I'm curious what exactly those lessons were, and was it coaching that helped you learn them, or veterans, or both? What lessons did you learn, and who helped you learn them?
I think a mixture of both. I think everybody really had to kind of buckle down as far as whether it be game plan, whether it be individual play, and kind of just learn from that game. Just watch the game, how we came out, how we played as a team, collectively and individually, and kind of just learn from it and make sure that we wouldn't have that same feeling at the end of a game again.
I don't know how much NFL you watch, but tonight the Cardinals are hosting the Packers, and Kyler Murray is just such a dynamic quarterback. And watching Bryce on this past Saturday night against Tennessee, you saw some Kyler Murray in him. They aren't design runs. He gets outside. His ability to create, the quickness, athleticism, guy can stop on a dime. Is this something you guys have seen for the last couple of years in practice?
Yeah. I think Bryce was definitely the number one dual threat quarterback in his class, and I think it's just something everybody's starting to see now on the game stage. But it's definitely something we've been seeing in practice.
Yeah, I'm interested. Like Tennessee, Alabama, when it comes to a rivalry, it feels like now, after all these years, we have to, in the media and even some around Alabama, have to talk that into being a rivalry. With LSU, it doesn't seem like we have to do that. That what they did on the field and in the locker room in 2019 what you guys did them back to them in 2020 and just a long history between Alabama and LSU. This game coming up a week from Saturday seems to be a little bit more personal than most. Is that a fair statement? Is this one of those that in the locker room that it's a little personal between these two rosters?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair statement. I think on both teams, it's a scheduled game that both teams definitely always look forward to.
Did you? And I'm curious at this because I'm always blown away by things college athletes did not know. Are you aware that Coach Orgeron is not returning after this season? That he's already negotiated a buyout? Are you even aware of that?
I had heard something about that. I didn't know anything else, but I had heard that this was his last year, maybe.
Yeah, it's going to be his last year. That's crazy to me. Some of the things. I mean, you guys get so busy and so hyper focused. Like that's such a huge story.
Is. Like, do you realize that Eli Ricks and Derek Stingley aren't going to be playing next week?
Nah, I didn't even know that, actually. Damn.
Look at that smile. That's 3 touchdowns.
I didn't know that, actually. I probably later on in the week when we started talking about them, I would have found out. But I hadn't heard anything about that. I'm not really on the news or anything like that.
Have you watched LSU play this year?
Yeah. I've caught a couple games of theirs. I've watched film on them a little bit throughout the season. Just looking ahead to a couple of teams and stuff. So I've watched a little bit of them, but I haven't really seen like a full game or anything.
Well,
like that.
You know what it's like to have a full allotment of scholarship guys on your team, and LSU was down to under 60, like unable to practice today. I mean, what does that even
COVID or
injuries, people that have quit? I mean, it's just all kinds of things.
Yeah, it's a combination of a lot of things, John. And I mean, just tell me, what would it look like with 60 or less bodies out there?
I have no clue. I have no clue. I couldn't even imagine, to be honest. But I guess they got a lot of stuff going on, but we just gotta stay focused on our end over here.
Since you started football, you may not know this since you miss all the headlines. After you sign your first NFL contract, you can actually buy a ticket and go to space now. We've got civilians going to space. Have you seen that in the headlines?
Nah.
Yeah.
Who's doing that? Elon Musk?
Yeah, exactly. Elon's doing that. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That's a real thing, or it's like just one of those things?
No. Yeah.
That's real.
William Shatner, who you don't know because you're young, but used to play a series called Star Trek, which you don't know because you're young. But he actually went to space, and he's old.
Yeah, I would suggest when you have NFL money, don't go to space. Get a yacht in the Mediterranean and invite a lot of fun people. It's a better way to spend your money.
I don't know if space is my terrain.
Do you do roller coasters? Do you like roller coasters?
Yeah. See, I like roller coasters, but like my body has like 4, maybe 5 in it to like I start getting sick, and I'm like, all right.
I think I'm with you. Yeah.
So what will you do on a bye week? I mean, no football this weekend. I mean, will you watch a bunch of football? What's on the agenda if you've even looked that far ahead?
I think just relax. I think just put your feet up, put my feet up for a while, catch up on a lot of shows and movies. It's kind of hard during the week to do all of that. Just have a whole day where you kind of just sit on the couch, watch some shows, play some video games. So I think a lot of relaxing, and then come back Monday and hit the ground running again.
Now, I'll point out again, I feel like we harp on this, Karate Kid celebration yet again after your touchdown Saturday. So watch a movie. Let's get some new inspiration. You got a bye week, John. Let's find a new celebration.
Definitely. I definitely have a couple. I've definitely had a couple others in the bag, but the Karate Kid one is just a special one.
Yeah, everyone is doing it.
It's iconic now.
And you know what's going to happen at some point? You're going to see it on Sunday before you guys are done this year. You're going to see somebody do it on Sunday in an NFL game because they're watching you on Saturday, and somebody's going to break it out on a Sunday when they score a touchdown.
That'd be tough. That'd be a cool thing to see.
Are you more Cobra Kai dojo or Miyagi?
Miyagi for sure.
He's the OG, man. You got to go Miyagi because last year.
Yeah, Miyagi for sure.
Yeah, didn't you and Devontae last year? And I think all the receivers, you had like the air guitar or something you would do after a touchdown.
Oh yeah, me and Schmitty had the little rock star handshake.
Yeah, I love it.
We're dressing up tomorrow on the show because of the Halloween weekend. Will you guys have a Halloween party? Will you do anything this weekend to costume party or anything? And the last time you dressed up, what'd you dress up as?
Nah, I haven't heard anything about it yet. About maybe we'll probably do something for Halloween, but I haven't heard anything about it.
Ooh, you didn't get invited? Bryce is having some people over. You didn't get invited?
Honestly, I don't even think.
If Coach is out of town, just see if you can use his house. Y'all just go over there.
Oh, go to Saban's house, yeah.
That would be cool.
Nah, we good. But I think my last costume, what was I? I want to say I was probably like a ninja or something.
Yeah.
Oh, I could see that.
Oh, yeah. All right, he is John Metchi. He is presented each week by our friends at Craneworks, their rental works division, making your jobs easier. If you got that home project coming up, call Rental Works. Everything from landscaping equipment like mowers and big machines to skid steers. Certified operators to handle those big jobs, too. Check out their full fleet at craneworks.com. John, enjoy the bye week. Thank you for the time. We'll see you next week.
Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all for having me.
All right, man. Thank you, buddy. That is John Metchi with us on the Pepsi Hotline. He and Bo Nix presented each week by our friends at RentalWorks, the rental division of Craneworks.
Smuff is saying Bezos, not Musk. Haven't they both? Don't they both go to space? Haven't they both piloted?
Sure they're both doing a space thing. I don't know if Elon Musk is doing the tourist thing. I'm sure he is.
Yeah, and I think the guy from Virgin, is that Richard Branson?
Richard Branson. He did it too, right?
Yeah.
I did throw some rat poison out there, Kevin.
I missed that. What was it?
Well, we were talking about that they're down to 60 scholarship players, no Ricks, no Stingley.
Please.
Yeah. Do you think he really
doesn't
knows?
matter, Kevin.
Listen.
I don't think he knows. I really don't.
He doesn't, and I am convinced that the three of us could go coach Alabama and beat LSU next week. Seriously, I just let the coordinators call plays. All I do is argue about a bad call. Call a timeout every now and then. Stay out of the way.
I feel good about clock management too.
Yeah, I think I can manage the clock in a college game.
You know how I think. I think if I was coaching Alabama right now, we'd be with this team. I didn't have to recruit or anything with my coordinators. I think I could be 6-1, 7-0 right now.
Ooh, you'd have won the A&M game.
No,
you'd have made Bill O'Brien throw on the goal line.
I'm not saying that.
That's exactly what you just said.
I may have won the A&M game, and I may have lost the Florida game.
But you said you'd be undefeated, so you wouldn't have lost.
I said 6-1 or 7-0. I'm not saying which ones I'd lose. I'm not into hypotheticals.
Why you got to get so furious with the media, Jim?
I will tell you that I love talking to John Metchi because just figuring out a way to have a conversation and pull different things out.
Do you like ice cream?
Yeah. Well,
I thought he was going to ask the
I
mayonnaise
like ice cream too.
Well, I want to find interesting things that
Have you ever dated an introvert? No, the reason I bring this up is because, like, if you're an extrovert, you date an introvert, you've got to find things to talk about.
I've been on dates with introverts, yes.
Yeah. So Dunaway, all right, I'll tell the mayonnaise story.
But in 100%, I do bug the hell out of my wife, yes, because she goes to bed way before I do. When I go to bed, when I lay down, I want to talk.
I can tell. I've seen you. I'm gonna estimate I've seen you 31 times at walk-ons, and I've seen her one time.
So out the studio here and down the hall is our big lobby area, and we were just hanging out one day, and there were a couple of new clients, or not new, but a couple of clients. Yeah.
And they're probably listening, so they'll love this story.
No, they'll think the story's funny because we laughed at the time. And
I miss this.
Lance had to step out for a moment, so we were just kind of filling time until Lance came back and could deal with what they needed to deal with.
Can you tell us after I do a commercial real quick?
Sure, fire away, Jim.
Okay. Our friends at the Pants Store can have you dressed perfectly for the game this weekend, whether you're heading down to Auburn or when you get back into cheering on UAB or Alabama. The Pants Store has 5 great locations and online at pantstore.com. So feel free to get the new gear as the weather changes. I mean, it's a true fall game this weekend. We're talking 53 degrees at kickoff of the Auburn game. So you can't wear the same gear you wore back in August. You need to go to the Pants Store. Those 5 great locations, including the one over in Crestline, also up in Huntsville, Leeds, Tuscaloosa, and over in Trussville, pantstore.com.
So there's about 4 or 5 of us in the lobby sitting there, and we're on the sofa in our chairs, and they're kind of standing there. And I had just returned from I mentioned it earlier, the downstairs break area. And I mentioned, guys, in the fridge downstairs of the break area, they now have chili dogs, microwavable chili dogs. And everybody reacted, and somebody brought up the fact that Lance has mentioned many times on the air that he used to get those gas station chili dogs and could doctor them up with mayo and make them really, really good. And somebody brought that up, and there was like a beat. I mean, like a second.
It was not a beat. It was 4 minutes of silence.
4 minutes.
Yeah,
we were only there 4 minutes.
It was a good 3 seconds.
It was 3 seconds of silence, and Dunaway looks at the two guests and goes, "So do you guys like mayonnaise?"
It's all right.
It was longer than that. You can play it up
So
any way you want.
like
It was longer than that.
Yeah.
We're all waiting for LT to come back.
So do you guys like mayonnaise? One
And
of the
we're all
weirdest
standing
questions
there,
ever.
and it was a longer pause than 3 seconds. And the last thing that was said was that LT doctored up hot dogs from gas stations with mayonnaise. Yep. So obviously the transition there is mayonnaise at that point.
Do you guys like mayonnaise? Obviously, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, more of a transition would be like, would anybody else eat something that ratty from a gas
or
station?
you guys having a good week? Or do you guys like mayonnaise?
Or a house business. Got any big plans for the Halloween weekend?
Yep. Anything but mayonnaise.
Or do you like mayonnaise?
Yep.
Have you ever been in a car with somebody and had to take a road trip, not really knowing them?
Oof, I would hate that.
Aaron Suttles and I have become friends now, but the first time Aaron and I played in a charity tournament, we rode together up there. And
How
you
far?
know, I was to Anniston or Gadsden.
Oh, that's
and I mean, but when you don't know somebody and it's just you and him in the car,
That's
you
good,
have to get to know somebody.
You went to Silver Lakes. That's a good hour 15.
Yeah. So we got to know each other in the drive up, played 18 holes of golf, and went back, and I think we've been friends ever since.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, there have been times I've gotten in a car and gone places. I mean, it happens a lot. Forrester will tell you this. You get a new person that comes into the sports department, whether it's a photographer from my end or a reporter from Forrester's end, and you'd be off on a local TV 10-hour drive to cover Alabama and Texas A&M or Auburn and Arkansas, and you're in there with somebody you just met. And sometimes you even had to share a hotel room with them. That's miserable at that point.
Yeah. I can't imagine that.
That'd be awful. Yeah.
But I will tell you, the first time that I was working in the Jayhawk League doing play-by-play, our first trip was to Hays, Kansas, summer of '95, and the first trip, they put me with the bus driver.
Because they didn't know you were cool yet.
And that was the last time.
Right.
And then I got banned from the team about 7 games into it.
Banned.
But by the end of the season, the head coach was rooming with me. That's a true story.
How old was he?
Hawk was in
early 30s.
Ron Hawksinger, he's unfortunately passed now. No, he was young. So he was probably 30, 29 or 30.
Yeah. I figured early 30s, his first midlife crisis.
I was 23.
Yep. It was his first midlife crisis. Halfway through the year, he was like, if I hang with this LT guy, we're going to have a good time.
I'll pick up the pieces.
Best summer ever.
It may not be a long time, but it'll be a good time. All right. When we come back, Rockstar has our 4 downs, 3 and out today. We'll get to that. And then Stan White setting up the big game. And I wasn't making this up, right? We all agree most exciting game on the schedule this weekend is Ole Miss and Auburn. We'll talk to Stan about that coming up at 12:35. And as you guys are saying in the Farm Folio chat room, yes, even on the show, 3 seconds of dead air bothers me. I don't let things breathe because I sort of want to fill that dead air a little bit. It is a problem for me, even in conversations. That's how we get the mayonnaise. So Rockstar's got the 3 and out coming up on the other side. You like mayonnaise? Brown? No answer? Back in a moment.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. Major situation the other day. Basement and garage flooded. So who did I call? Our friends at Dry Tech Water Restoration. Call them today, 205-637-0143. They were at my house within an hour. They will always respond quickly, and they answer the phone, 205-637-0143. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. No ties to any insurance companies. Go online, mydrytech.com. That's mydrytech.com, or call 205-637-0143. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, the Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app. Cowan Equipment has had the honor of providing heavy equipment solutions to Alabama contractors for more than 80 years now. With one of the largest and most diverse heavy equipment rental fleets in the Southeast, stocked by Volvo Construction Equipment, Takuchi Mini Excavators, track loaders and skid steers, Groove and Cabelco cranes, Doosan portable compressors and light towers, Indico breakers, and much more. Cowan is your one-stop shop for all your heavy equipment needs. From short and long-term rental options, flexible rent-to-own, or straight purchase options, parts in stock, and service you can depend on, let Cowan show you what it means to have a trusted partner who will keep you ahead of the game. Call Cowan at 800-239-2694 or visit cowan.com. Again, where you can always expect extra effort when it comes to your heavy equipment needs, call Cowan, the name you have trusted for decades, 800-239-2694, or visit them online at cowan.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 great locations right here in Birmingham. The next time you need one or a set of new tires, do yourself a favor. Stop by, see the guys at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Locally owned and operated with a wide selection of the top tire brands available. The guys there can get you set and get you safely back out on the road. Again, 4 locations in Birmingham: Hoover, Moody, Trustful, and Gardendale. For more information, you can always visit them online. Check them out today, VulcanTireandAuto.com. When it came to furnishing the new facilities here at the Next Round, there was only one call we made, and that was to Richie Hamer at Business Interiors right here in Birmingham. Richie and Business Interiors have a true passion for interiors and the talent to bring the client's vision to life. Through their vast selection of great designer furniture, Richie and BI will stop at nothing to make the experience great for the client. Repeat clients trust Richie and Business Interiors because he does what he says, and the guys will deliver on their promises. Leave it to Richie and Business Interiors to incorporate creativity into every space in your corporate setting. To set up an appointment, call Richie today, 205-837-2497. That's 205-837-2497. Or just go visit Richie at the BI showroom today. They're located 2309 5th Avenue South in Birmingham. Again, the entire studios here at the Next Round furnished by our friends at Business Interiors. Go see them today, 5th Avenue South in Birmingham.
The best food with the best sports is at Walk-On Sports Bistro, and they're now hiring for the Stadium Trace location near the Hoover Met. Walk-On's has top pay for experienced kitchen staff, servers, bartenders, bussers, hostesses, and to-go cashiers. And yes, health benefits are available. Go by the new Walk-On's location at Stadium Trace in Hoover and apply today. Hiring is happening on-site 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. This is your chance to join the championship team at Walk-On's Sports Bistro in Hoover.
Back with you on the Next Round. Part of our show being brought to you by Rockstar's Guy. And then Rockstar's going to actually give us the 3 and Out today, which are non-sports related. Back to Stan White in a second. Rocky.
It's about Adam Mestre, guys, at MD Realty. Adam is not a first, not a second, but a third-generation realtor born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you? Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help you walk through the process. Like Metallica always said, call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation. 205-422-0589 at MD Realty. We make house calls.
Can you do a different rock group every week?
Whew. I can try, but Adam Mestre.
Is that one of the best evil laughs at the end of a song?
Yeah, he gets after it. James Hetfield's
Can you give me the close impersonation?
No, I can't do a Hetfield.
No, but the laugh is really, really
dark,
evil.
Dark.
Like, can you do Adam Mestre to Def Leppard? Did they have a beat that?
You know, it's funny. The only other evil laugh at the end of a song, I think, is Rock of Ages and Master of Puppets.
You do?
Adam Mestre. I was trying to do love bites. It didn't work for love bites.
I was trying to fit it into pour some sugar.
Pour some Adam on me.
Oh, wow.
Amen.
I don't think Adam wants that one.
All right, Rockstar's got your 3 and out right now. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, 4 great locations for you. Anything you need, get that car winterized, take it by for brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
What is something common that has never happened to you?
I'm going to jinx. I hate doing this, but when you ask this question, I got to be honest, right?
Yes.
And I'll end up dying from this probably in the next couple of weeks. I've never had the flu.
I don't know that I have.
I had it in 6th grade.
I've never had the confirmed case of flu.
Yeah.
I thought I had it back the December before the pandemic, went to get checked, and they said it's not the flu, it's whatever else is
I've always
around.
heard you know it when you have it. Like,
It used to be common. I don't think we've had flu in 2 years, though, right?
Who knows? I've never been admitted to the hospital. Is that uncommon or common or what? Like, I've never once been a hospital patient. I was almost said I've never slept in the hospital, but the birth of both my children.
I've never had an operation. I have been admitted to the hospital,
I've
though.
never been admitted to the hospital.
I don't think I've ever had a flat tire.
Wow.
Wow.
Had a few of those.
Nope, take that back.
I was going to say, leaving the parking lot today.
Ram truck going to work at our old job, Jocks. And you had to pick me up at a tire place down at the bottom of the hill one morning.
I remember that, yep.
That was it. So I've had a flat tire.
You've only had one. You've never had 2 flat tires.
Never had a back flat tire.
Second down.
What type of picture are you tired of seeing on social media?
Inspirational quotes. Like if I want to be inspired, I can Google it myself. I can read a book.
I don't need you inspiring.
I don't need, and the same people throw up the same crap.
What's an inspirational quote? Then their previous post is like, my ex-boyfriend's a jackass.
Yeah.
Nobody likes him.
Yeah.
But you guys know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes, I do, yep.
I'm not a fan of political posts. I don't like them. If I wanted that, I would go get my political news from someone else, not you.
I love their view of social media.
If I want to eat dinner, I'll eat dinner myself.
Their view of social media. If I wanted what you put on social media, I'd go elsewhere. Well, you're at social media. It's really you're following me.
I mean, I don't care how you feel about anything political. I'm really on social media for 2 things:
feet,
to see what you're doing in your life, non-political, and to show you what I'm doing in my life,
No, I think
non-political.
The visual is really interesting, especially people that you don't get to see a lot. Like, I've never met Ariana Grande, but I appreciate her latest post that I showed you guys.
Is that a big blow dryer?
Wow.
Can we, Forrester, can you get the latest Ariana Grande post on Instagram?
Lance has it on his phone.
Brief passing, I thought she was a big blow dryer. She was holding
is
up.
that what that looked like?
It is a contraption, and with her, you never know.
Mine is, I hate the photo of the shot down the legs on the beach, and I'm in my happy place.
The hot dogs?
Yeah, the hot dogs at the beach, and everybody's got to tell you this is your happy place. Like, hey, the
Or they
beach,
say,
the beach, that's everybody's happy place. That does not make you any different than anyone else.
It's not your happy place.
Well, at the beach is, but not on the beach.
Well, the quote's funny because they'll say something like, Mondays are just the worst.
Yeah.
Right, guys?
Yeah, I know.
Third down.
What was your favorite Halloween costume that you wore when you were young?
Can I do one as a kid and then one when I was an adult?
No, I said for one.
I remember going as Jack Youngblood as a kid, wearing my full Rams uni.
Oh, that's good.
In like second grade.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun. And because everybody, as you said, were Steelers or Cowboys fans back in the day. And then as an adult, I went as Allie G one time, and it was a really good costume.
I saw pictures.
Yeah.
My wife and I, when we were dating before we got married, went to a Halloween party as Fred and Wilma Flintstone, and they were fantastic costumes.
I don't think I've
Homemade.
I've never been with Maggie and I don't go to Halloween parties.
Right. Oh, I haven't done it in a long time.
And I don't know if we've ever dressed up in a couple's costume before.
Yeah, my wife and I do that frequently on Halloween.
Yeah.
You guys are almost empty nesters. You got to try it out Saturday.
We did do trunk or treat one year where I dressed as the knight and she was the princess, and we had a castle around our. That was the only time we did anything couple-wise.
I'm really excited about our costumes tomorrow. I'm genuinely excited about this.
For 3 consecutive years when I was younger, I dressed as Pee Wee Herman with the Big B drugs, where it was just basically the little suit that you tied in the back and the mask that hot breath all night. I was
sweaty.
3 years in a row.
Wow.
You guys don't mind. I've got 3 friends dressed in Alabama gear coming tomorrow. I'm going to be Nick Saban being carried off at the national championship, and I'm going to be actually on top like the Daniel Moore painting.
Low ceilings.
Yeah.
With no air coming out of them.
4th down.
Another hot day high atop the Blue Lake Center.
It is hit or miss, buddy.
You are forced to lose one of your 5 senses for all of 2022. Which do you choose?
I could not.
I think this is kind of easy. And just because I got one of my best friends who's never had smell.
I was going to say smell,
Yeah,
too.
I think it's got to be smell.
But
I mean,
impacts your
is-
taste
yeah,
so
smell
much.
is attached to taste.
I
think
get that.
if I don't have taste, I got no taste.
Yeah, right.
If I can't hear, can't see, what is the
Touch.
touch?
Yeah, you can't get rid of those. I mean, smell is the easy answer.
I think it
here.
is too. Though Rockstar sent this, and last night I was at the trunk or treat, and somebody had just done a fire, and I love the smell of good wood burning like that.
Me too.
Such a good smell. Campfire.
I don't want to lose any of them.
Okay, well, I got to write that down.
But
Jim is a none.
But smell would be it, I guess. But it's going to impact my taste. You got to have the feel. I don't want to lose eyesight or hearing. Yeah, I mean, I could lose my eyesight looking at the Ariana Grande Instagram.
Have we posted it yet?
I think he has that to pull up. Is that a hairdryer?
That is a weird hair dryer, but I don't know what it is.
Is it a t-shirt gun?
It's a gun.
Is it a laser? It's a
You
futuristic
think
laser.
she's just going to a regular dinner? Like maybe a pizzeria?
Probably that's what she's doing today.
I've already had one inappropriate line today, so I'm on probation.
Oh, do you have a good one, though? I really wonder what the contraption is.
I don't know.
I thought it was a blow dryer.
She got pretty good balance, though.
She does, yep.
That is 3 and Out today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Hey, whatever you need for you and your family, from brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more, go see our friends locally owned and operated. 4 locations for you on online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Before Brown tells us about our friends at Alabama Power, here is your Alabama Power historic college football moment of the day. You ready?
I am ready. Yeah.
Is your mind
on the
right?
edge of my seat?
Could not tell you how ready I am.
Go.
Ole Miss,
Ole
Miss and Auburn did not play each other in a regular season SEC game between 1953 and 1972. 10-team conference back then, both of them in the SEC. I guess it was more than 10 teams because Georgia Tech and Tulane were in there too.
Sometimes, yeah. I don't know what years.
But still, Ole Miss and Auburn didn't play each other from 1953 to 1972 in an SEC game. But they did play each other twice in a bowl game.
That is so weird. They went 20 years without a regular season game, yeah.
They played each other in the 1965 Liberty Bowl and then in the 1971 Gator Bowl, which was Archie Manning's last game as an Ole Miss Rebel. Pat Sullivan beat him 35-28 as Auburn won that game, and then Sullivan won the Heisman Trophy the next year.
Wow.
That's a weird series that they didn't play each other from 53 to 72.
Yeah.
Yep.
But since we've gone to divisions, they play each other every year in the West. And that's our Alabama Power historic moment of the day, powered by
Alabama Power. For more than a century, Alabama Power and its employees have served our state. And that's not all. Alabama Power and the Alabama Power Foundation support local nonprofits that are working to improve quality of life all across the state. Learn more at alabamapower.com/community. Alabama Power, power for a better Alabama.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Wayne's. Look, fall is here. You want to enjoy that outdoor weather. Imagine sitting out there on the Saturday, manning the grill. You're watching football. You don't want to deal with the mosquitoes. Don't let the mosquitoes ruin your perfect day. The professionals at Wayne's can protect you, your family, and your pets. Call today, 1-866-WAYNES1. You can always go online, callwaynes.com. Fall weather is here. Enjoy it with the family, mosquito-free. You can do it with our friends at Wayne's.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Today I have some tips on how to stay healthy. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fitting on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. Our in-store fit specialist will match your feet with the perfect New Balance shoe so you get the perfect fit. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today at New Balance Birmingham.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Cool weather is approaching, and now is the time to get your heating system checked out. Excalibur Services excels in all residential heating, cooling, or electrical problems or upgrades you may have in your home. Owned by a Marine veteran, Excalibur uses highly trained HVAC and electrical service experts to ensure the job is done correctly and in a timely manner. If you're looking for a company you can trust to do it right, call Excalibur today at 205-718-8688 or excaliburservice.com. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, for the best pizza in Birmingham for lunch or dinner, make it Slice. Go see the Bajalia brothers, Jeff, Jason, and Chris. Slice Pizza and Brew is as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. 2 great locations, Lakeview and Vestavia. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. Great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account, have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Our friends at Wayne's were by to see Brown the other day in his front yard, making sure his yard is ready for winter as it enters the dormant stages right now. There are certain things you want to do to your lawn, and the professionals at Wayne's can take care of you to make sure your lawn is ready to go next spring or summer. Wayne's the exclusive provider of not only lawn care, but also a variety of different treatments, including pest control and termite protection, all for the next round. The exclusive provider since 1973, headquartered right here in Birmingham. They've been giving you world-class service every time. You can start joining the Wayne's family and get $60 off. $60 off your initial EnviroPest service if you use our promo code TNR. That stands for the next round. TNR at checkout. $60 off. Just call 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1.
Auburn, Ole Miss, one of the best games in the country. Stan White will be there, and the former Auburn quarterback, now analyst, joins us on the Pepsi hotline right now. What's up, Stan? How are you?
Doing great, guys. How you doing?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. This is such a fun game that we're looking forward to, and a lot of it is because the quarterback play. Matt Corral has been really good all season, but I think we all agree Bo Nix is probably playing some of the best quarterback he's played at Auburn.
Yeah, going on the road, winning at LSU, and then getting that win against Arkansas, taking them into the off week was really big, and I think it was probably Bo's best performance, to date. I think he's really, he's one of those guys that just can wow you with his athletic ability, and then sometimes, there'll be some throws he'd like to take back, but he really had a good game against Arkansas. They, this was a ranked Arkansas team on the road, and so I think it was a good momentum going into the off week, able to heal themselves up a little bit. Of course, they're going to have to be ready to score some because, we've seen that Ole Miss, even playing against some top-notch defenses, they can put up some points. So it's going to be a big challenge, but it's going to be an exciting game. I'm looking forward to it being a night game. I mean, Auburn hadn't had a whole lot of night games last year or so, and so I'm anxious to see that 6 o'clock kick.
Stan, coming up this bye, what do you think Auburn needed to improve on most?
I think the biggest thing, they've got to look and see if they can get them a little bit bigger pass rush. Now, I say that. The pass rush is what helped them change the momentum in the Arkansas game. When Derek Hall came in and forced a fumble and it was a touchdown recovery. So that was a huge play in that Arkansas game. But I think consistent pressure on the quarterback, and especially a guy like Corral. I mean, the thing about it is Matt Corral can throw the ball. That offense is very electric, but he's a very good runner. I mean, he's a very good runner. And Ole Miss is top, I think 5 team in the nation in rushing. So when you think of a Lane Kiffin offense, you don't think of there being, a top rushing team, but they are. So I think the biggest thing that defensively especially is Ole Miss is going to get theirs, but you've got to be able to crash the pocket. And one unique thing is Auburn is actually one of the top teams in the nation in tackles for loss, which is, when I say that, usually that involves sacks, but it's not as much that. It's as much, run, tackle for losses, and so forth. So I think the biggest thing is maybe just trying to disrupt the pocket some with their pass rush.
Think back to bye weeks when you were playing, and you've been around as an analyst for a long time now as well. Is there ever a bad time to have a bye week? And was this it for Auburn? Because, like you guys were talking about, such a good role for the offense right now. Is this a bad time to take a week off?
I don't think so, because what do they play? 7 games now? Are they 5? I don't even know how many games they play. 5 and 2? 4?
I think 7 games. Yeah.
Yeah, 5 and 2. So I think 7 weeks straight, you can start feeling your body a little bit with needing that. So usually teams will take it around that halfway point of the year, 6 weeks, 7 weeks, roughly in there. So I think that was a good time. Although they played well, got a good win on the road, and it's always great to have an off week when you won a game. I mean, you never want to go into an off week after a tough loss, because it can seem like the off week can take 6 weeks. You don't. I don't really think that you worry as much about a roll or a momentum or whatever, because you kind of, after you've won a big game, especially on the road against a ranked team, and you're able to kind of let your breath out a little bit, because you're going to have a couple of days off. You're still working during the off week, but you're going to have a couple of days off to just heal and just really decompress the mind as much as the body. And I think that's the big thing, going 7 straight weeks. And let's face it, we've just watched games for 7 straight weeks. I mean, they've been going for 15, 16 straight weeks as far as starting practice back in August and even July.
Stan White, former Auburn quarterback, now analyst on the Auburn Sports Network, 3 o'clock airtime, 6 o'clock ESPN kick. Stan is with us on the Pepsi hotline. When you're a coach that may not, you're still learning your team, like Brian Harsin is. He hasn't been around these guys forever, less than a year now. I wonder how he knows how much to play up the fact that, hey, everything is still in front of you. Auburn still controls their own destiny in the SEC West. I wonder how much he has gathered from this team on how to play that up, or how little to play it up right now.
Yeah, that's a good question, because a lot of it depends on your team dynamic. Are you a senior laden team? Are you a team that's younger? Do you look at that? The one thing that us as fans and even broadcasters and media people don't understand is they're in such a vacuum. They're just worried about the next game, the next practice. They're not worried about what if down the line, and what about when we play Mississippi State or go to A&M or South Carolina, Alabama. They are so far removed from how we at the water cooler want to think. I mean, they are thinking, they're so regimented, so structured. And that's not just at Auburn, that's everywhere, where they are now focused on, okay, now we've got Ole Miss coming up, and we just take that one play, one game at a time. And so, like he said, try to go 1-0 for the day. It's very simple. I mean, that's cliche, everybody uses it, but you know what? It's when you're playing football and you're in a big program and you're doing all you can to just win, just try to go 1-0 for the day. Don't worry about, next week when you fly to A&M. Don't worry about the following week and South Carolina, Mississippi State, whomever. So it's it's very cliche, but it is true. If the teams that can take it one particular play at a time, one series or whatever, those are the teams that are going to find themselves in November, vying for Atlanta.
You mentioned Ole Miss and their ability to run the football. They're third nationally right now, only behind Air Force and Army. We haven't seen Owen Popo on the field in almost 6 weeks. The last time we saw him out was against Penn State. Do you have any idea what the status is and when we should expect to see Owen back on the field?
I certainly hope he's back. Brian Harsin and they alluded to that, after that, I guess in the post game or maybe the press conference last week when they were off, in that, they hoped that Owen, that this would be the target date for him to be back because he's obviously been missed. And of course, Chandler Wooten's done a great job. And, one thing about it is Owen and Jacoby are guys that they're fast enough where they can cover in space and be a little bit of that robber against the quarterback. Usually, a bigger 240, 250-pound, run stopper, you'd have a dime package because you want a guy in there that's fast enough laterally to cover, an Ely out of the backfield or a Matt Corral who decides to run it. Well, those guys are a hybrid. I mean, you're talking about 210, 215-pound guys that are they're run stoppers, but they're also very quick. And so that would be huge to get Owen back. I hope he is. I can't tell you if he is or not, but I hope he is ready to go because that'll be something they will need certainly.
Okay, 2 questions. One, the last time Stan White dressed up for Halloween, what were you? You may have been as a dad, dressed up with your kids, and you may have dressed up as something. And 2, the second part, and more importantly, if you had to pick out a costume for Andy to wear during the game, Andy Burcham.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
What would you dress him up as?
Now, I tell you, I'll take let me go with the first one because I got to think about the Andy one. But now, my family's big into Halloween. My wife's birthday is on Halloween. So her and Nick Saban, right? So she's a Halloween baby. She's a witch. So and I say that in a complimentary way.
Yes, of course. Absolutely. We understand that.
Yeah, exactly. So so we're huge around the White household dressing up. I've gone as Jack Sparrow before, and I'm talking with the makeup, eye makeup.
I think we saw that photo. I remember that now. It was really good. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So this year we're actually reliving a little bit of the past. I've gone as this before. My daughter, I let the kids pick it out. I let the kids go. So we went as The Greatest Showman, Hugh Jackman.
Oh, wow.
Him a couple of years ago.
That's a good one.
But
yeah.
this year they were all characters from it. And typically we try to do characters from a movie or whatever. So this year we're reliving, I think 4 years ago maybe. I'm doing Jimmy Dugan from A League of Their Own, Tom Hanks.
Oh,
very good.
And my wife and my daughter are going as the Rockford Peaches, and my boys. We haven't decided on that one yet. I think they may. I was going to get one to go as a Houston Astro and one as an Atlanta Braves
that's
because
good
they're
idea.
playing. And the Astros are one of my son's favorite team, and the Braves are my other one. So we're doing a baseball theme this year. Now, as far as Andy dressing up, man, that's a good question.
Well, here's what I have for Andy. Now, it would take a blonde wig, not a curly wig. It needs straight. But I think we with the right wardrobe, we could get him to be a young John Daly and dress him up as John Daly, the golfer. Picture him in a wig. Yeah, I could see Andy as John Daly.
He needs some really loud pants or
that's right. Yep.
And he's got to have him a cigarette in one hand, maybe a beer in the other.
Yep.
I could see Andy with either one of those. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you got to know Andy. I couldn't see him with either one of those either. But I like that. Now that is a good one. That's when we have talked before. Gosh, in my 21 years or whatever doing this, I can't recall. I don't think we've ever dressed up when Halloween fell on a broadcast day. And of course my kids and my wife love that it's not this year because we do it up pretty big in the White household as far as and now it's become, we've got that reputation now in the neighborhood that everybody's expecting us to do this, so we have to go bigger and bolder every year. So but this year we're reliving one from about 4 or 5 years ago.
Hey, real quick, I hate to push you on time on this, but we've done that to you. I do want to congratulate you. We all do on what was it? Somebody told me the best record in John Carroll history, middle school or something like that you coached them up to?
Yeah, we did. I tell you what, it was. I told the kids after we finished with a great win against Leeds last week. We played mostly a 6A, 7A type schedule and finished with 5-3. We're a 5A team, really just by the private school multiplier, really a 4A number team. But so yeah, we finished 5-3 and had some great wins along the way. But it was good to see the kids. I told them, I said, I've been fortunate to be a part of some championship teams and part of some teams that were pretty average. And this was one of my most memorable times, either being a coach or a player. So it's great to see the kids and how they fought hard and grew through the year. And got a big varsity game tomorrow night against St. Clair. So we're doing some good things over there. I've been just very happy and proud to be a part of it.
It's congratulations to you and all those kids. Thank you, Stan. Enjoy the game Saturday.
Appreciate it, guys. Y'all take care.
All right, buddy. Take care. That is Stan White with us on the Pepsi Hotline.
All right. Part of our show being brought to you by
our friends at Bromberg's, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has that extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's, 2 locations, Mountain Brook at the Summit. You can also shop online today. Go to brombergs.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
I'm Jim Dunaway, and one thing I've learned about ERA King Real Estate is they believe every client deserves to be represented by an expert. That's why they invest so much in technology and training for their agents. You can be sure that your local agent has experience in your market, up-to-the-minute real estate resources, and top-notch negotiating skills. Text MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35260. ERA King. They work hard to make home buying easy.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Sometimes it's not just losing the weight, but keeping the weight off. I'm Jim Dunaway, and I told you how Way to Wellness helped save my life. They helped me lose 45 pounds. They got my blood pressure and cholesterol in check. And now they're helping me keep that weight off throughout the football and holiday season. You can see more online at aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Every plan is individually designed. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and you get a free consultation. See it all on the website, aplanforme.com. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Dale's Seasoning started right here in Birmingham, Alabama, and now it's #1 in America. And now they've got a new product. It's the Gold Label from Dale's Seasoning, a new condiment-style product. You can dip it, dunk it, or pour it on your burgers, chicken fingers, steaks, and French fries. You guys wanted it, and Dale's delivered. It's available in stores throughout the Southeast. It's a fast, fun, and easy way to enjoy Dale's at your tailgate or cookout. Dale's Seasoning, the new Gold Label. You gotta try it.
How do you know you're in a community, not just a town? Well, strangers smile as they walk by. They refill your coffee without you asking. And when you ask directions, people offer to walk you there. Communities give more. The way you know when you walk into First Bank that you are in a real community bank. great products, direct access to your local bankers, and relationships that can last a lifetime. Don't just have an account, have a community with First Bank. Member FDIC.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. In recognition of the service and support of our communities, Academy Sports and Outdoors is offering military and first responders 10% off their purchases, both in-store and online, from October 24th through November 14th. Academy is making shopping even easier with curbside and in-store pickup available now. So stop by your store or academy.com and redeem your military and first responder discount. Exclusions apply. Visit academy.com/discount for all the details.
Hey, back with you on The Next Round, part of our show being brought to you, as always, by our friends at Mortgage Right. We tell you about them several times throughout our show because they're the people you need to remember when it's time to start refinancing or financing that new home.
Just great guys. Look, life comes at you fast. Our friends at Mortgage Right, they're actually faster. If you're looking to refinance with a multitude of the trusted professionals behind them, Mortgage Right has got your back. Whether you need that cash out refi to pay off debt, make home repairs, or just looking for the lower interest rate, check out our friends at Mortgage Right. MortgageRight.com/TNR to get started. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Listen, I don't have the pulse of Troy football fans, none at all. I know I like Chip Lindsey a lot. He's 4-3, 2-1 in the Sun Belt, and going in playing a wounded Coastal Carolina team tonight. And Coastal is a good football team with a great quarterback. I don't think it's a good place for Troy tonight.
Well, you know, the thing about Troy is they had their season high in rushing yards just last week. And this is a team now that gets Coastal Carolina. At least Troy will have confidence because if you look at the last two games between these teams, last year 42-38, the year before Troy 36-35 win.
So they've played with them, even really good Coastal Carolina teams.
Yeah, the problem is now you got Coastal kind of cornered animal. Coastal's got to win out, and Appalachian State's still got to lose a game for Coastal to even play for the Sun Belt Championship.
Right, yeah. And this is a horrible loss for you in our golf bet. Or football golf bet or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. Either my buddy Chip loses tonight or Coastal Carolina's out of the top 25.
And you take a 26.
Yeah.
So they lose another game. They don't get back.
They don't get back in.
So I can't win either way tonight.
Probably not. Yeah. This is a tough. I mean, if you're suggesting that Chip Lindsey might be judged on this game tonight, he's in trouble.
Not on this game, but I mean, you'll be 4-4 at Troy at that point. And they're used to winning a lot more than that. And the problem has become is the Sun Belt has become one of those leagues that you go 6 or 7 deep in with really good football programs that are used to winning.
Yeah, and you're right. I mean, Sun Belt is really a good league. I stayed away from this game. This number's hovering between 16.5, 17.5. I did play that rat game, South Florida, East Carolina. This game's too difficult.
It is a tough one. I'm with Lance. I kind of think you got cornered animal here.
Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Standifer.
Hey, the Standifer Insurance Agency is a great place to get an insurance checkup. 664-3200, StandifferInsuranceGroup.com. Call that number, visit that website, have your coverages ready, what you pay each month, see if you get better coverages, and save. That's what happened to me. 664-3200, StandifferInsuranceGroup.com.
The first of 27 consecutive days and 32 of the next 33 days with live football every night. Starts with college and the NFL tonight. We're back tomorrow live to talk about it at 9 and get you ready more on the Auburn Ole Miss game when we continue in the next round. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor.